All right. Give me just a second. We are live. Takes a minute. Guys, just breathe. It's fine. First days are always so scary. You don't know what to expect. Let me just get logged in over here. We'll get started in just a moment. Good morning. If you want to grab your ID badge, they're on the table, and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books.
The care plan and the CNA. Why it's always about the care plan.
Sorry, guys, 1 second. I just have to get everything loaded up here. Yay. All right, looks like we've got quite a few online today. Okay. Still have a couple people to come in. All right. For those of you joining us virtually, welcome. We're just getting set up. I'm running a little late, sorry. Mondays are always hard for me. Now, truthfully, I'm late every time, so. Good morning. Come on in if you want to grab your ID badge here. Whoops. Let's go this way. Yep, there's an ID badge here for you, and then you can have a seat anywhere where there's books.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Mic check. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Caitlin, if you cannot hear me, put something up on, put a banner up for me, please. All right. Welcome to your CNA class. I'm going to make this super easy. All you have to do is stay reasonably awake. I'm going to do all the work for you. Okay? All right. Now, you will have to practice a little bit. We learn skills through doing. So you will have to do. But as far as learning, I'm going to do it all for you. I'm going to make it super easy. All you have to do is stay awake. Okay? Come on in. Good morning. ID badges are here on the first table. If you want to find your ID badge and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. We'll do that on break. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just now getting started. So anybody that still owes the other half, I'll take care of that on break. You should have gotten an email, a reminder email. Then you can click the link and pay it that way if you want to, or I can process the card on break. Okay? All right. So first things first, housekeeping issues. You can eat and drink in this room. There's no problem with that. Just clean up after yourselves. Pour any liquids in that sink before you throw the cup away, though. Don't put, cups of liquids in the trash for me. Bathroom is just beyond the archway on the right. And class starts 9-ish. I am not an early person. If you get here at 8:30, I will not be here. I come rolling in about 10 minutes before class. So if you're an early bird, go get a cup of coffee. I won't be here that early. I don't know why I have to tell you this. The room is very small, but the fire marshal tells me I have to tell you. in case of an emergency, that's your exit. The one you came in. If that one does not work, then the back door will. The back door is always locked. It will let you out. So you can just, hit the handle and go out. But if you want to come back in, you might want to unlock it first. Now, in an emergency, if you go out the back, don't make a left. There's a fence there. It won't help you a bit. Out the back to the right. Okay. So good? Good with housekeeping? Parking is on either side of the building. If you parked in any of the front spaces, I'm going to ask you to move on break to the sides of the building for me. Okay. Good. Okay. So housekeeping. Oh, phones. As I tell you, phones need to be on silent. I have a lot to tell you. I am going to talk nonstop for 4 hours, literally. So if your phones go off, it'll derail me. And I may forget to tell you something important. So phones on silent help me tremendously. I am going to talk for 4 hours, and I'm going to say a lot of words in that time, and you're probably not going to get all of them. In fact, as adults, you're only going to pick up about 70% of what I say. That means 30% is out there floating somewhere, and you don't know where it went. So I'm going to help you out with that. This has your name and your email No, I'm going to pass this around. This has your name and your email address. I'm going to pass this around. I want you to verify that I spelled your name right. That's going to be important later on in the program. And I want you to make sure that I have your email address on here correctly. Now, this is important because after each class, I'm going to send you a wrap-up email that's going to give you links to the things that I talked about in class. So it's going to be very, very helpful for you to kind of review and to have everything in one place. Okay, so make sure that I don't spam you. Everything I give you is related to the class. So don't be afraid to give me your email address. Guys, my email, I get about 500 emails a day. I get it. But this is important. Okay, so let me go ahead and get you to verify your name and your email. If everything's okay, just in that blank space, write okay. If it's not okay, then in the blank space, write what needs to be fixed. Okay, good. All right, so we are here Mondays and Wednesdays, not through, so don't come on Tuesday. I won't be here. Mondays and Wednesdays from 9 to 1 for 4 weeks. It's going to go fast. It's going to go way faster than you think it will. Try not to get behind on the homework. Because if you get behind, there's not a whole lot of time for you to get caught back up. Okay? Does that make sense? Just try not to get behind on the homework. I know it's a lot. We're going to go through everything. Guys, I break this down into minute detail. But that's my biggest advice for you. Try to stay with me as we go through it. It'll make your life so much easier. Because in 4 short weeks, you're going to be sitting here going, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's over. It goes like that. Okay. You can attend virtually as well. Of course, you're here in the classroom. That's the best place for you. Right? You're here live. But, all these other people that are watching us from wherever they are, and we have a international audience. We have people that watch us from foreign countries as well as here. And we have local people as well from Spring Hill. So we have a very widely varied audience. So you can also tune in virtually. So let's say you get up Wednesday, you have a flat tire, and you can't physically come to class. Well, just pull me up and you can also, talk to us. And when you put a comment in, it actually will show up here on my screen and I'll actually answer you. So it is truly live and interactive. Just like you can raise your hand here and say, hey, I got a question. You can do the same online as well. Okay, good. Questions? So on top of your syllabus right here, this is your syllabus. This is our roadmap, tells us how we're going to get from A to B in 4 weeks. Right at the very top, you'll see flcnatraining.com. You guys see that? That's where you find me live. Okay, flcnatraining.com. The first thing you'll see is like a little video player. Well, you'll see the syllabus first. You can download. Those of you who are joining us virtually, you can download the syllabus. But the first thing you'll see is a big media player, and that is us live. When we go live, it automatically starts playing on there, and that's what you're seeing here. But below that, or to the side of that, you're going to see the review sheets for the class that you can download. I've got them up here on the wall for you guys that are physically in the class, but you that are joining us virtually can also access those review sheets. And it will also have a link for whatever it is that we talked in class about. So quick, handy reference links. Okay. So even if you're physically in the classroom, you need to know that website because it may help you later. Good? Questions? Okay, who am I and why am I standing up here? That's probably the real question here. My name is Patricia. I am an RN. I'm the one that developed this whole program. This program is being used by schools, universities, training centers, the government, and everybody else all over the country. We are the #1 CNA training platform on YouTube. I know we're in Spring Hill, the place no one has ever heard of. But we are, from a corporate standpoint, national. I wrote the book that's being used by schools all over the country. We are the #2 textbook for CNA training. So I've got a lot of experience at this. I've been doing this for 17 years. And I know exactly what is on that test. You probably want to know exactly what's on that test, don't you? Yeah. I'm going to help you with that as we get through the program. And your focus is on the test, and that's where it's supposed to be, right? You're getting ready to test. You got to focus on that test. That's good. That's where your focus needs to be. That is not my focus. I don't care about the test. Don't care at all. That test is 6 hours out of your life. What I care about is the day after the test, when you go to work on real live humans. I've got to make sure you're ready for that, because that is really what counts. Okay. I know you're focused on, it's okay for you to be focused on the test, but during this 4 weeks, I'm going to shift your focus from the test to the patient. Okay. That's my job. Good. Okay. And believe it or not, that's the hardest job I have. It really is. Because you're going to keep going back to that test, because that's what's in your windshield. You know it's coming. You're a little stressed. Okay. I'll make sure that you get through the test, no problem. Along the way, we're going to learn a lot. I'm going to pack these sessions completely full. We don't do busy work in here. There is no time for busy work. And in fact, at the end of the course, when you fill out your evaluations, you're going to say, I wish we had more time. I would have liked more time. It's what I get all the time on those evaluations. More time. So you're going to realize pretty quickly that I have a lot to go over. But it's okay, because we're taping these and you have access to all of these replays. So you can go back and watch any of them. And here's a hint. They're on YouTube, but they're also on that page I told you about, flcnatraining.com. Thank you. flcnatraining.com. When you watch the replays, hit that little gear icon and speed me up to two times the speed, because you don't have to like sit here and do it at normal speed, right? You've heard it once. So double my speed. I sound like a chipmunk. It's hilarious, but it'll get you through the material a little quicker. Okay. But I've also got a ton of resources to help you remember everything that I'm going to teach you. So we've got a long way to go. I welcome questions. Questions tell me you're awake. Remember, the one criteria I had for you is to stay reasonably awake, right? So questions let me know you're awake. But chances are I've already answered your question in an upcoming slide, because I've been doing this for 17 years. I know what you're going to ask. So don't be afraid to ask the questions. It lets me know you're awake, but I'm probably going to tell you, hold up just 1 second. That's coming up. Okay. Good. So I am an RN. Like I said, I've been doing this for 17 years. Prior to education, I've worked in a wide variety of settings. I've worked as a floor nurse at a hospital. I've worked in the ICU. I've worked in the ER. I've worked in home care. I always had a second home care job in my back pocket to pay those pesky electric bills when they got too high, right? I've worked in mental health, and I've worked at hospice. I have not done mother-baby. So if you have any mother-baby questions, I'm not your girl. That's like Peyton Place, man. It is drama central. I'm not about that. Give me a heart attack any day of the week. I'm your girl. Okay. But I've got a lot of stories that I'm going to bring into the program to make it feel a little more real for you so that we can start applying some of the theory that we're learning to scenarios. What are we going to do when this happens? Now, how many of you guys know other people? Anybody know any other humans other than yourself? Okay. Are all the humans that you know, think of all the humans in your life, are they all exactly the same? No. So do you think that all of our patients are going to be exactly the same? No. Do you think everybody's going to absolutely love orange Jell-O? No. Some people would prefer strawberry. Some people prefer cherry. Some people don't like Jell-O at all. Right? People are individual, right? So we have to keep that in mind as we're going through the program, because I'm going to teach you basic principles, but your brain is automatically going to try to apply those principles to a specific patient that you have in your brain at that moment. And you're going to ask me a question about that specific patient you got in your brain at that moment. And I'm going to answer you, well, it depends. I can't give you an answer specifically for that one patient in your brain at that moment because I don't know that patient. And there's so many variables that we need to take into account, right? Does that make sense? So we're going to learn principles that we're going to apply universally, and then we're going to build on top of that, taking into account each one of our patients and their specific needs. Okay, so think of what I'm teaching you as a foundation that we're going to build on in the future. Good? Any questions? But I like questions. Go ahead and ask them. Just remember, I'm probably not going to answer them. Okay. All right. So you'll also get free access to the online course. We'll get into that a little bit later. And the practice room is available on class days from 2 to 4 p.m. Again, we're going to get into that a little bit later. And that's actually 1:30 to 4, but we'll get into that. So your ID badge right here is not just for show. You need to wear it. I only have you for 4 weeks. I've been doing this for 17 years. I will not remember your name until the last class. It's just way too many people in my brain, right? So I will ask you multiple times, what's your name? Lucille. Do you go by Lucy? Okay, so Lucy. Now I will try to remember Lucy's name, but in an hour it's probably going to be gone. What's your name? Shakira? Shakima. I'll try to remember your name, but in an hour it's probably going to be gone. So I will ask you again. If you move seats, you will mess me up. I will tell you that right now. But you are free to move seats if you wish. Okay. I just may ask you your name a couple times. This helps me, although my eyes are getting a little bad. I'm getting old, so it's hard for me to see. But you do need to be wearing these when you're in the class. That way we know that you actually belong. On the back, you're going to see this in a little bit. This little graphic that we have there. It's actually super important. This graphic is the same one that you see up here. And this graphic forms the basis of your written test. We're going to go over this in detail in a little bit, but I remind you of it every time you look at your ID badge. That's how important these 5 things are. And then down here on the very bottom corner, it says practice room, 1:30 till 4. So that lets you know that you can come in here and practice from the time class ends, really at 1 for you guys, all the way up till 4. After you graduate, it's 1:30 until 4. So you can come in after graduation and practice before you take your state exam. Okay, good. Okay. You do need to be in scrubs. Everybody looks good. Black, red, or royal blue. I do require scrubs, and there's a couple of really good reasons for that. Number one, it looks uniform. We're on camera. Nobody picked red. Wow. Number two is that you're going to be wearing scrubs wherever you go to work. And this morning, if you've never, ever, ever worn scrubs before, when you put them on, you probably felt a little like an imposter. A little weird, right? It's not really what I normally wear. You've got to get comfortable in your scrubs, and that's what we're going to do in class. Is just get comfortable with the title and the apparel. Good? Questions? Okay, everything that we're going to go through is going to be located in this book. I took the notes for you. Told you, all you got to do is stay awake. I took the notes for you. So as we go through the program, I will be telling you, turn to page whatever in your skills book. That's what this is. This is the skills book. Oh, I just realized there's black bindings on there. Okay. I know it's on here, there's white, but the skills book is yours. You can write in it. It's workbook style. I want you to write in. I want you to do the activities in it. It is yours. You can eBay it at the end. I don't care. It is yours. The yellow book, however, you're going to take home with you today, and you're not going to bring it back to class until the very last day. The yellow book is for homework only. It's just reading. Please don't write in that yellow book. You're going to return that to me on the last day. You'll never need it again. As long as you keep up with your homework, you will never look at that yellow book again in your life. Never. So keep up with your homework and save yourself some money. If you fall behind on the homework, then you're probably going to have to buy that yellow book. You can buy it off of, that big online store that starts with an A. You can buy it there cheaper than I'll sell it to you. So go there and buy it. If you're in a pinch and you want to buy it from me, that's fine. Let me know after class. But this is yours, and this is going to form the basis of our program. I'm going to show you a video in just a minute, and there's a lot of information in that video, and you're going to feel the need to take notes. You don't need to take notes. I've done that for you. So if you go to page 17 in that book, the Skills Study Guide, you will see this. Does anybody have any questions before we dive right in? Am I going too fast for anybody? Okay. By the way, this room only has 2 temperatures. That's it. It's either hot or the penguins come marching out. Okay, there's only 2. Now, there's a lot of you guys, so I turned the air on. But it's probably going to get a little cold in a little bit. The problem is that I'm up moving. So do you think I'm going to interpret the temperature the same way you do? So for you guys, it'll get cold long before I get cold. So could somebody throw something at me, when it starts to snow and you freeze? Okay. All right. So if you're looking at this page, we're going to go through this in detail coming up. I'm just going to do a quick overview before we get into the video. Okay. So if you look here, you can see learn the principles. So this is a principle. We also have them on the back wall. By next week, you will know all of those things on the back wall. You're not going to memorize them. I don't do memorization in here. You're going to learn them. Learning is way different than memorizing. Okay. So on this page, we have something called the skill rules. And if you look over here, you can see that the skill rules apply to every single skill we're going to learn from this point forward. So we probably ought to get this one under our belt early because it's going to apply to everything. Now down here, this tells you what the rules are. Down here, it shows you a video clapboard. If you see this, that means I have a video specifically on this particular topic on my website. I'm not necessarily going to show you that video in class because I like to talk. I would rather tell you. But these videos are all created by me. It is still my voice. They're done in kind of an animated type of format, because a picture really is worth 1,000 words, right? So you can always go back and watch that video for a little bit of extra knowledge. Good? Kind of a review. And then over here, you see this thing. Same thing that's on there, same thing that's on your ID badge. And this is a principle. So a principle is something that we're going to learn and apply to certain skills, in this case, all of them, okay, that tells us how to do that skill. So this is going to be important. If you fall asleep anywhere else in class, I won't throw anything at you. But if you fall asleep during this video, you're going to find that moving forward is going to be really difficult for you. So this is the one thing that I absolutely need you to remain alert with. And I know it's early on a Monday morning. I get it. So load up on that caffeine. And again, I've taken the notes for you. So if you look on page 18, these are going to be the notes. 18 and 19 are going to be the notes for the video that we're about to watch. Good? Any questions? Okay. So you'll definitely want to make sure that you know this to be able to go back and review it in a little bit. We're also going to talk about activities of daily living in this video. And if you want to learn more information about ADLs, or activities of daily living, I have a whole lesson on it on page 89. You don't have to write all that down. It's on your syllabus. I'll go over that in a little bit. Okay, so let me show you this video to get started. Testing one. Okay, it is working good. Okay. So now I will apologize. The sound is not all that great because it has to come from my computer, not from the TV. For some reason, the TV gives feedback. I haven't figured it out yet. There's a lot of technology in here, guys. I don't do technology, so I'm still working on it. But so you kind of have to listen hard. I'm sorry. So let's see here. Here we go.
The Care Plan and the CNA, why it's always about the Care Plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com. Thank you for joining For Your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job. because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the Activities of Daily Living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Ancha. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone, but we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate
I don't know why the Wi-Fi is glitchy. I'm sorry.
But here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin,
Yeah, that Wi-Fi is not working. Give me just a second here, guys. Let's try that.
as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement. Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her. She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs: bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation, since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication. This is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at meal times, and they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days. And she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities, like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings, like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely, and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer, and the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help, but the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report. It may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks, CNAs follow the care plan, and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do?
Follow it exactly.
That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson.
All right. So how do we know what to do with each patient? Care plan. Do CNAs think?
No.
No. We read the care plan, we follow the care plan, and we report everything we notice to the nurse. Nowhere in there did it say think. So do CNAs think? So how hard can this test be? Think about that. You're not allowed to solve problems. There are no problems on the test for you to solve. You either follow the care plan or you notify the nurse. That's it. How hard can this test be? Right? A lot of people think that there's a lot of medical terminology and anatomy and physiology and all of those types. There is none of that on the state exam. That is not what they are testing you on. They're testing you on this. They need to know you understand your scope of practice. Because when we deviate from our scope of practice, that's when our patients get injured or bad things happen. Okay? So the test really is designed to make sure that you know how to care for patients properly and ethically, but also that you understand your scope of practice. And let me give you an example of why this might be important. So let's say that you are caring for a patient and the care plan tells you to do range of motion on the patient's left leg. Now, range of motion is just exercises. I don't expect you to know that, but there are a series of exercises that we're going to learn how to do to help our patients, okay? And we all know exercise is good, right? You should be getting at least 20 minutes of exercise every day for a healthy body. I clearly missed a few. So we know exercise is good. Our care plan tells us to exercise patient's left leg. Exercise is good. We know the patient's stuck in bed, not really getting their 20 minutes of exercise a day. And we go in to do our range of motion. Should we do the other leg too while we're there? What do you guys think? Exercise is good. No. Why? Easy answer. Easy answer. Care plan. Care plan said. Yeah, easy answer. Care plan said. Right? So I'm going to ask you a lot of questions during this class, and usually the easy answer is follow the care plan. Yeah, don't deviate from it at all. Not even this much. And that's what gets people in trouble on the state exam, because they think exactly what I just led you through. They read the care plan. They think exercise is good. I'll do the other leg too while I'm there. And they fail, and they don't know why, because they went above and beyond. Are we allowed to go above and beyond? No, we follow the care plan. Let me tell you what that CNA did not know. Patients on bed rest because they have a blood clot in their right leg. We go in, do exercises on that right leg. The blood clot moves, goes to the heart and then the lungs, and poof, we've killed our patient. See, exercise can kill you if we don't follow the care plan. Good? Make sense? Okay. But sometimes we have the best of intentions and it still gets us in trouble. So let me give you this scenario. We have a CNA who works in long-term care on a hallway that has a lot of diabetic patients. Now, this CNA has worked there for a long time, developed a good relationship with her nurse, and they have a patient on this unit who is a brittle diabetic. Now, brittle means that the blood sugars don't really have any correlation to food, right? Normally, you eat food, blood sugar goes up, your body uses food, blood sugar goes down, right? Well, with brittle diabetics, it's kind of like a TV on a fritz. It just kind of glitches, and blood sugars can be high, they can be low. We don't know what they're going to be right now. They really don't have any correlation to anything. They just are, right? So this patient, let's call him Ralph, okay? This patient, blood sugars all over the place. And every time the patient gets kind of wonky blood sugars, he gets symptoms. He gets sweaty and pale and nauseous and headachy and just doesn't feel right. So he tells the CNA goes, tells the nurse, and the nurse puts some sugar and orange juice and hands it to the patient. The patient gets better. And they do this for months. CNA tells the nurse there's some symptoms. The nurse gives sugar and orange juice. Patient gets better. Months go by. CNA sees this all the time. Well, on this particular day, her normal nurse was out. There was another nurse there, and that other nurse was at lunch. Now, the one on the other hall was busy with an emergency. So Ralph showing symptoms. CNA doesn't really have a nurse readily available. She's concerned about Ralph. She likes Ralph. She wants to take good care of Ralph. And she has seen what the nurse has done this whole time, all of these months. So what does our CNA do? She goes and gets some orange juice and dumps some sugar in it and gives it to the patient. 3 days later, patient's dead. Now, she did exactly what the nurse did. So what happened? Well, what she didn't know was when she went and reported those symptoms to the nurse checked a little monitor because that patient wore a continuous blood glucose monitor. It's a little thing on the back of his arm, continuously tells us blood sugar readings. So the nurse always checked the number before she gave the orange juice and sugar. The CNA didn't know that. CNA didn't see that step. All the CNA saw was orange juice and sugar, patient got better, and put those two things together. It's really important that we understand as CNAs, there's always steps that we don't see. Okay? So what ended up happening is this patient actually had high blood sugar, which, crazy enough, can have the same symptoms. So the CNA didn't check the blood glucose because it's not in her scope of practice. She didn't know to do that. Gave the patient more sugar in an already high sugar situation, flipped the patient over into ketoacidosis, which ultimately killed the patient. So we need to understand that what we do matters to our patients. It matters. So we've got to have a really good grasp of our role in this situation because, yeah, unfortunately, CNAs can kill patients. It's not a good thing to do. Doesn't give good job security, right? Families get upset when things like that happen. Medical error prevention is a big part of what we do. And we do that by sticking to our care plan. Good? Makes sense? So this is our care plan model. This is how this whole system works. The RN goes in and does an assessment. Now, assessments, guys, they take a long time. And the nurses have to write all this stuff down and create a plan. And this is a big, big thing. Those of you, how many of you plan on going on for nursing? Anybody? Yeah. Okay, you're going to get really good about how to write a care plan. You're going to write more care plans in nursing school than you ever will write in a real life situation. These things are massive. Okay. But the care plan is there to tell the entire team what to do. It's not just for CNAs, by the way. It incorporates dietary and therapy and social services and all kinds of other departments and disciplines. But we're going to focus on the CNA part. Okay. So the RN goes in and does an assessment. She writes up this plan for everybody to follow. Now, it's important that this is written down, though, because how many of you guys plan on working 24 hours, 7 days a week for the rest of your life? No? You want time off, right? I mean, somebody else has to come in and take care of that patient for you to leave. So if I just tell you, Lucy, I got one right. Okay, if I tell Lucy, I want you to go over and do these tasks on this patient, that's fine. Lucy knows that. I told her what to do. Care plans can be verbal, but what happens when Lucy leaves at the end of her shift? And I leave at the end of my shift. Now we got a whole nother nurse with probably a whole different care plan. This can get really confusing really quick, right? And now our patient doesn't have continuity of care. So it's important that I write all this down and pass it on to the next nurse and pass it on to the next CNA. Make sense? Okay. So the RN assesses the patient, develops a care plan. We follow that care plan. That's our entire job, right? Following that care plan. But while we follow that care plan, we're going to make some observations. Patient might be hungrier today than normal. That's something we want to report. It's actually one of the first signs of diabetes, by the way. Pre-diabetes. Patient might be peeing more than normal. That's something we need to report. Patient might have a rash. That's something we need to report. The patient might flinch when you go to move them. That's something we need to report. Because just because they're in a healthcare institution does not mean they're not being abused. Okay. So anything that we notice, we're going to report. And when we report it, the nurse is going to do another assessment to figure out how important that thing is that we reported. And that assessment may not change anything. Nurse may say, oh, everything's fine. It's good. We're good. Or the nurse may say, oh, okay, well, maybe we need to do something a little different and change that care plan. So this is a continuous process. It never stops until the patient is discharged or another outcome, but it never, ever stops. Good? Good. But if you notice, okay, we're looking at this, right? If you notice, this whole system kind of breaks down if we don't do our job. If we don't do the task the care plan tells us to, the system is broken. If we don't make observations, the system is broken. And if we don't report those observations, the system is dead. Dead. So if you look at this whole thing, 3 of these things are us. Only 2 are the nurse. So who has the important role here? We do. That's right. We are the ones that determine whether this process works. Does that make sense? Okay, good, good. I need you to get this. I can show you how to do the skills. That's easy. That's simple. I can teach a 9-year-old to do these skills, guys. There's nothing complex about them. This is what we have to know. This is what we have to learn. Okay, good. You now have all the information you need to pass a test. Seriously. I'll show you how to do the skills, yeah. But this is what everything is built on. So if we know that CNAs have to follow the care plan, that's going to take up most of our written test. And if we know that CNAs have to follow the care plan, that's going to take up all of the skills test. So again, you know pretty much everything you need to know to be able to pass the test. Now we're going to fill in all those blanks and apply that knowledge. But I will always come back to this. Every lesson comes back to this. Okay? Good? This is why my students are successful. My students pass the test. Okay? Good? Let's see if we can put this all together. Go to page 20 in your skills book. How many of you guys have a pen, pencil, crayon, lipstick, something to write with? Everybody have something to write with? No? Need it? Okay. I will find one for you. Okay. I won't guarantee they work, but we'll give them a try. There you go. Okay. So I want you on page 20, there's 8 questions there. Okay. I want you to take the next 10 minutes and answer those 8 questions. Those of you who are playing along at home, I know it's hard to read this screen, but you can access this in the CNA Skills Study Guide on page 20, or you can go back and watch the replay of this as well. When you're answering these questions, remember to think back to what we just learned. Oh, right beyond the archway on the right. When you're done with the questions, go ahead and put your pen down so I know who's still working. Okay, I'll give you about 30 more seconds. And if you didn't get to all of them, you can go back and do them later. You're not handing this in for a grade or anything. I know I gave you 10 minutes, but I'm going to cut it to 5. Before we go on, does anybody have any questions for me? Anything that you're struggling with? This is your class. I'm just here to help you through it. Okay? It's not my class. This is yours. I'm here to help you. I'm not that kind of a teacher either. Like, you don't have to raise your hand to go to the bathroom. You're adults. Just go. If you need to take a phone call, just go outside and take your phone call. You're adults. Okay? So let's move on here. All right. So the basic principle here is that we're going to perform skills as directed on the care plan. We're going to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. While we're doing that, we're going to observe for abnormality, changes, and pain. And we're going to report all of those observations to the nurse. Anthea, hi, Anthea, says, good morning. I want to sit my exam at the end of June. Can I go to a test site that's close to me in Florida here and get registered to sit the exam? No, you don't register at the testing center. Great question. We're actually going to go through test registration processes on class 4. So stay tuned for that. It's on Wednesday of next week. But you can also find information on my website, foryourcna.com, the number 4, yourcna.com, under testing. I've got complete test registration. I actually walk through a test registration. We'll get into all that on next Wednesday. But no, you don't go to the testing place to register. You register online. Okay, so we perform skills as directed on the... We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and that means we don't change it in any way. And while we're doing that, what should we also be doing? Observation. And then what do we do with that observation? We report it, right? So those are our 4 key points. We follow the care plan. It's the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. We observe for anything, and then we report those observations, right? So that is going to apply to every single skill that we do from here on out. So when I ask you to do a skill, the very first thing you should ask is, where's the care plan? I need the care plan. What does the care plan say? Okay, you need to know. That care plan is what drives everything. Now, remember, care plans can be verbal. I can ask you to go do something. We are nursing assistants, so I can ask you to go do something. But ultimately, it probably should be written down somewhere so we can pass it on to others as well. So you can take verbal. It's okay. But the nurse should make sure it's written down, just for continuity's sake. Good? Does everybody understand this? All right, so having this in mind, let's go back and look at page 20. Number 1, you receive the displayed care plan. How far will you walk this patient? How far? At least 10 steps, sure. Can't I get physical therapy to walk the patient? No, why? Okay, easy answer, care plan says, absolutely. Let's go on to number 2. You receive the displayed care plan. What's required to assist this patient? Okay, gait belt, transfer belt. Why can't I just grab a walker? What if I think this patient's too weak to be walking with a gait belt? Can't I grab a walker to make sure that they're safe? Oh, so what do I need to do? Follow the care plan and use a gait belt and notify the nurse. Hey, I don't think this guy's safe to be walking with a gait belt. Right? That's an observation, isn't it? Okay, so we can't make decisions even in the name of safety. This is what derails most CNAs. I am plugged into a lot of CNA groups on Facebook, a lot. And I see it all the time. Somebody will write in a question like this. Hey, I'm helping this patient and she's really weak and I'm supposed to use a gait belt, but I don't feel comfortable with that. What should I do? And hundreds of answers will be get physical therapy to consult, use a walker, use a Hoyer lift, refuse to get her out of bed, everything but the right answer. And the right answer is notify the nurse. Everything but the right answer. A lot of CNAs out there, I see this one a lot too, is I am so mad that my nurse doesn't help me. Wait a minute. What does RN stand for? Registered nurse. And what does CNA stand for? So which one is the assistant? It's like right in the name, right? Nurses don't help you with your tasks. You help the nurse. Make sure you get that power dynamic right. Because if you don't, it's going to cause a lot of friction in your workplace. And that ultimately is going to bleed over onto the patient. It should always be you and the nurse versus whatever's trying to kill that guy. If it's you versus the nurse, nobody's trying to get whatever's going to kill that guy, right? If you're too busy fighting the nurse, nobody's fighting what the patient is fighting. Does that make sense? So we've got to know our role here. That's a really important part of what we do in class is understand our role. Now, ultimately, I'm responsible for this guy over here, 100%. I can ask you to give him a bed bath. I can ask you to change his position every 2 hours. I can ask you to help him with a bedpan. But ultimately, if those things don't get done, who's it on? Me. I have 100% liability for that patient. 100%. You do not. I can ask you to help me with those routine tasks. But ultimately, it's my responsibility. So we got to work together here. Because if I'm spending all my time giving him a partial bed bath and feeding him snacks and doing mouth care and changing his bed and putting him on a bedpan, if I'm doing all of that, who's going to come over here and assess this patient and write up this care plan? So what I need is a helper. I need somebody that can do exactly what I ask them to do, exactly the way I ask them to do it, because ultimately it's my license, right? I don't want anybody that's going to go in there and try to like rewrite the book. Good? Does that make sense? That is really what you need to know for the written test. That's a big part of the written test. Okay. So let's go on to number 3. Which body part will you exercise for this guy? Okay. Why can't I do everything? Why can't I do all joints? He's not moving on his own. Care plan. Very good. So number 4, how many repetitions do you want to perform here? Why? Care plan. Very good. All right. So let's move on to number 7. We'll skip 5 and 6 for now, but number 7, which vital signs do you need to take? Pulse. So it should be the pulse, only the pulse and nothing but, because that's what the care plan says. Yeah. So let's move on to number 8. And I'm going to explain why I'm going over this in a second. Let's move on to number 8. How long do you need to count this for? 1 full minute. All right. This skill, pulse, is the most failed skill on the state exam. It's It's one of the easiest, but it is one of the most failed skills on the state exam. Do you know why? How many of you guys know somebody who works in healthcare? How many of you guys are familiar with that place called YouTube? Okay. If you ask somebody that works in healthcare, how long do you count a pulse for? If you go onto YouTube, how long do you count a pulse for? Almost every answer you get is 15 seconds and multiply that by 4. And that's because if you look at this clock, 15 seconds takes you from 12 to 3, right? 15 seconds. How many 15-second segments are in a minute? 4. So if I count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 4, I get a full minute reading. Because nobody has time to stand at that bed and count for 1 full minute. 1 full minute is a very long time. So nobody does that. Nobody counts for 1 full minute. We do 15 seconds. We multiply that by 4. That gives us our minute reading. We've cut time. Life is good, right? Everybody you ask is going to tell you that. YouTube is going to tell you that. What did our care plan tell us? So who do we listen to? Our friends, family, and YouTube? Care plan. That's right. But on the state exam, if you don't know the importance of the care plan, you will listen to your friends, family, and YouTube. And by the way, not everything you see on YouTube is right. You guys know that? Yeah, kind of scary. So we have to be careful about the resources that we use. We have to be careful. So yes, 15 seconds multiplying by 4 is perfectly okay for every other patient, but not this one, because this one, our care plan says 1 full minute. So if you don't count for 1 full minute, you will fail the test. It's not about the pulse. It's about reading and following the care plan. Got it? Make sense? That is the most failed skill. The other reason that it's failed is because people will go in and take the pulse and the respirations too. What did our care plan tell us to do? Pulse. So if you go above and beyond, are you going to get extra credit? No, in fact, your reward is going to be you fail. That's right. We do not go above and beyond. We follow the care plan to a T. Does that make sense? Wouldn't you want the care plans for the state exam? How many guys would want the care plan? If I could give you the care plans for the state test right now, wouldn't you want those to know what was coming? Well, these are your care plans right there. Those are the actual care plans from the state exam, the real ones, the actual words you will get on the skill for each of these skills. But there's only 4. We have to learn 20. You want the rest of them? Go to page 25. These are the actual testing care plan sets. When you go take the test, you're going to get one of these 11. Each one of these is packaged. Okay. There's only 11 that they use. This is the exact scenarios they will give you. Each one of these is set up in a very specific way. It has one ADL skill on it. Do you guys remember what ADL means? Right. Activities of daily living, assisting with daily living. Okay. So activities of daily living, bathing, dressing, grooming, eating, those types of things. So you're going to get one ADL skill. You're going to get one mobility skill. Mobility would be like walking, transferring, turning a patient over in bed, range of motion. So you're going to get one mobility skill because we do a lot of mobility as a CNA. And then you're going to get one documentation skill. So documentation skill requires that you write something down at the end of the skill. Everybody gets a documentation skill for the state exam. There's only 4. There's pulse, there's respirations, there's feeding, because you have to document how much they ate. And there's emptying the drainage bag. You will get one of those 4, guaranteed. Pulse, respirations, feeding, and emptying the drainage bag. You will get one of those 4. So you have 1 ADL skill, 1 mobility skill, and 1 documentation skill on every single one of these clipboards that you see here. This is exactly how the state exam is going to be presented to you. So these are the actual care plan cards. For the tests, they're on gold paper too. Mine are prettier. Mine have a pretty clipboard on the back. Mine also have timing information along the bottom, and they're always up here for you guys to play with during practice time. Okay, so everything on that filing cabinet on the hook is for you guys to practice with. On the back of this are the actual checklists that you are going to be graded with. These are the actual checklists used by the graders, by the evaluators. So when you start practicing about halfway through, you can grab one of these. You can do those 3 skills. And the person that you're working with can use this checklist on the back to make sure that you got all the steps proper. Good. Now, this is all public knowledge. There's nothing here that's a secret. It's all public knowledge. You just have to be able to put it all together. And that's what I've done for you. I just made it easy. Okay, good. All public knowledge. Now, the problem is that this checklist isn't written for you. It's written for me. It's written for an RN. So some of these checkpoints are like, did the candidate violate infection control protocol? Well, you're not going to know. You're a student. You have no idea if you've done something that's going to violate infection control. So it's really written for me as an RN to grade you. It's not written for you as the student. So what I did is I took these checklists, filtered them through an RN brain, and created step-by-step instructions to tell you how to do this skill and get all of these check marks checked off. And that's what this book is going to give you. Good? Good? Okay. All right. Carson is taking the test right now. Oh, good vibes out to you, Carson. You're going to do fantastic. Follow the care plan. Good. Becky says, I'm taking my test tomorrow. Oh, good vibes out to you as well. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you, but follow the care plan. Yeah, see, first day students, and they already know what you need to do. All right. So all of your care plans are here on page 25. So we went over scope of practice. Let's talk a little bit more about this. This is on page 22. Kind of segues right into follow the care plan. But it's important that we understand our scope of practice. We don't have all of the information. You can go back and read through this if you want. There's a couple scenarios in here that kind of explain why following the care plan might be important and the piece of information you don't know. What I want you to remember is that nurses always have more information than you do. They will always have more information than you do. You don't need the information to do the task. Does that make sense? You don't need the information. You just need to read and follow the care plan. So they will always have more information than you do. If you are the type of person that needs that little bit more information, go to nursing school. We need good nurses. We need them. But as a CNA, we're just going to read and follow the care plan. Do you know that nursing students actually have a really hard time taking the CNA exam? They have all this knowledge. I mean, they have to go through anatomy and physiology and microbiology and nutrition and all of these prereqs just to get into the program. They got to get through the first year of the program to be able to take the test. They got all of this knowledge behind them and they don't do well. Do you know why? They don't do well because they start thinking like a nurse. And that derails them because they're solving problems. They're doing what they were taught to do. They're thinking like a nurse. We're not nurses, we're nursing assistants. So be really careful. Those of you who are on the nursing track and you've taken your prereqs and you're getting ready to start nursing school, be really, really careful here. Don't think like a nurse. Okay, that's why I spent a lot of time on this. I know some of you are like, move along. I got it. But I have to spend a lot of time on this because I'm having to break down some things that you think you know in order to build up the things I need you to know. Okay, good. So you can read page 22, but it really kind of boils down to follow the care plan. In fact, that is going to lead us to this guy right here. The CNA happy place. This is our scope of practice. And our scope of practice starts with a firm foundation of following the, if you do that, you will never get in trouble. It's that simple. You do that, you are golden. No liability at all. And we don't want liability. We do not want liability. So we follow that care plan. But that just gives us a foundation, right? We're going to follow the care plan, but how? How do we do that skill? How do we keep our patients safe? There's a whole lot of question marks out there, right? Yeah, we're following the care plan, but how? So that's what these two walls are going to do. They're going to keep us firmly within our how. Okay, so the first one is the easy one. CNAs do normal. We do normal. We don't do abnormal. We don't do scary. We don't do unstable. We do normal, right? You want to brush that guy's teeth? That's normal. You've been brushing teeth for a while now, right? How many of you guys have brushed your teeth this month? Yeah, good. So yeah, you know how to do this, right? Toothbrush, toothpaste, brush, rinse, spit, dry. I mean, this is not rocket science. We know what to do here, right? We do normal. But what if I told you that that guy's got a hole in the top of his mouth that go right up into his sinuses? That changes things, doesn't it? That's no longer normal, right? So CNAs do normal. So that guy with a hole at the top of his mouth going up into his sinuses is not a CNA mouth care task. Who do you think would have to do that? We're there to assist the nurse. We assist nurse with normal. So if we're not doing it, who has to do it? The nurse. Starting to see that progression there? CNAs do normal. Let me define normal for you. Normal is a routine task on a stable patient according to the care plan. Well, there's that care plan again. Okay, routine task on a stable patient according to the care plan. So, Lucy, can you walk into a patient, decide that they need mouth care? No, it's a routine task, stable patient, but according to the care plan. If it's not on the care plan, do we do it? No. But if we observe that this guy's got dragon breath and hasn't had his teeth brushed in a little bit, what should we do with that observation? Report it to. Starting to see how all this comes together? It's kind of elegant, isn't it? Kind of elegant. Yeah, so we do routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. That keeps us firmly where we're supposed to be. If I ask you to do something on an unstable patient, that is not your task. If you are in the ICU as a CNA and there's alarms going off and patients are coding and all the, just like chaos, and I say, hey, while we're, coding this patient, could you give them a bed bath? That is not a routine task on a stable patient. Starting to get that? Right? CNAs can work in ICU, by the way. Not very common, but they can work in ICU. But again, we're routine tasks on stable patients. Okay, so we can do something routine as long as our patient is stable in the ICU. We don't do anything with machines. But we can get vital signs. We can get ice chips. We can watch for changes. Remember, that's half of our job. right? Eyes on the patient. So those are good tasks. They're routine tasks on stable patients, according to the care plan. Now, so that just kind of tells us what we can't do. So how do we know how to do what we can do, right? Our foundation is our care plan. We're going to do normal. But how do we do that? That's the other wall. And everything on this back wall that we're going to learn is going to teach us how to do those tasks. So principles, the principles on the back wall are going to guide performance. Now we're going to learn 2 of those principles today. We will learn 2 of them today. We're going to learn 4 of them Wednesday. And we're going to learn 3 more on Monday. So we're going to bring them in little by little, and I'm going to explain what each one is, just like I did with the care plan, right? Because now you're ready to move on. You're like, enough. I got it. Yeah, well, I'm going to bring it up again. Because in this class, I use a lot of repetition. And we're going to build and build and build and build. But if I don't know that you have that solid base, if I try to build on it, it's all going to crumble. Okay, so bear with me. I do have a method to my madness. So we're going to get to the principles as we go through the program. But what keeps us squarely in the box, keeps us from floating out into areas we're not supposed to be in, are the top 2 statements. And the first one is, it's always about the patient. Now, I want to stop on this one for just a second, okay? Because you guys are going to get so involved in the skills, right? The steps. Oh my gosh, I got to do this step and this step. I got to remember the supplies. I got to do this. I got to do that, right? You're so focused on the skills that you totally forget that there's a human that we're doing those skills on. That is the trick to being a good CNA. I can teach a 9-year-old to be a CNA. That's not an issue. I can teach you how to do hand care. I can teach you how to do foot care. I can teach you how to feed another human, although I'm guaranteeing most of you have fed another human at some point in your life, right? I can teach you to do those things. What I really need to work on, though, is to get you to remember that while you're doing those things, there's a person, like a real one, with like real emotional needs. And that's what we're going to have to remember as we go through this. So above everything, we have to remember that it's always about the patient. Now, if you can do that on the state exam, oh man, you will fly through it. You'll fly through your exam. And the evaluators will tell you, wow, you're going to be a fantastic CNA. Because you've got it. You understand that it's about the patient. It's not about me. In fact, the test, when those evaluators, let me give you a little testing secret. Those evaluators have this checklist. This is their checklist, by the way. The evaluators have this checklist, right? And they've got their pen, and you're doing the skill, and they're checking things off, right? Do you know that they're not actually looking at you? They don't care about you. This checklist has nothing to do with you. Nothing. What's your name? Adam? Yeah. This checklist does not say, hey, did Adam leave the bottom sheet free of creases and folds? It has nothing to do with you. It has to do with that patient. Is that patient laying on a sheet that is creased or folded? Because if they're laying on a sheet that is creased or folded, that has a consequence to the patient. That test has nothing to do with you. Not a thing. Who's the test about? The patient. So if you can get that in your brain, if you can get your brain to make that switch, that flip, that the test isn't about me, the test is about the patient, and you start paying attention to the patient while you're doing your skills, everybody's now focused on the right thing. And the test goes beautifully. Right? Does that make sense? It's just a little flip. I got 4 weeks to get you there. It doesn't come easy. Give me some time. But by the end of my class, you will have made that flip. Okay. Now, the other one we already know. We report all observations to the RN, right? That's kind of our capstone. That's where everything ends. We report it to the RN. But some of you are going to say, but hold up. What if I report it to the RN and they don't do anything about it? Aren't I liable? No, you're not. Because who holds the ultimate liability for that patient? The nurse. Now, I will tell you, I wish with all of my being, I wish I could tell you that every nurse you work with is a good nurse. They're not. They're not. You know, there's bad cashiers at the big box store down the road. There's bad servers at the restaurant across the parking lot. There are bad employees in every industry, and nursing is no exception. None. I wish I could tell you every nurse you worked with was going to be good. They're not. So what if you notice something, you report it to your nurse, and nothing gets done? Well, there's two things I have to say about that. The first is, how do you know nothing was done? Remember, there's always something in nursing that's hidden from you, that some piece of information you don't know. So something may have been done. You just don't know about it. They didn't bring you in the loop because there's no reason to bring you in the loop, right? So that's the first thing that I want you, just the seed I want to plant. How do you know nothing was done? But the second thing is, if you have serious concerns about the patient's safety or quality of care that they're receiving, and you report it to the nurse and nothing is done, then you go up your chain of command. You go to your nurse's supervisor, because like I said, not all nurses are good nurses. Go to your nursing supervisor. If you don't get anywhere there, then go up one more step, whatever that chain of command is where you work. And that you will get into that during orientation. They tell you who your chain of command is. Follow that. Don't just pick up the phone and call state and say, hey, this is what I see in my facility. CNAs, that's not your role. You need to go up your chain of command. Okay. If you have serious concerns that your facility is not taking your situation seriously, you need to leave that facility. Okay. Go find another job. Don't stay there, because there's big problems there. You don't want to get caught up in that. Yeah. Morgan & Morgan has an office here in Spring Hill now. Don't get caught up in those facilities. All right. So everybody got this? Got this? All right. This is important. You'll notice it is on every single one of my banners on the back wall. It is on your badge. It has a whole page in your book. It is important, because this really is what forms the foundation of the written test. I do a game show twice a month on the first and third Tuesday of every month at 11 a.m. Not this week. It'll be next week. Next Tuesday, I do a game show where I do 15 test questions off of the test plan. So the questions that I ask, every single one of them is going to fall into one of these categories. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. So I've done this for over a year. You can go back and watch the replays on YouTube. You can join me live next Tuesday. It's free. It's on YouTube, and I give prizes away. It's a lot of fun. It's an actual game show. You compete for prizes on there. I have a program that lives on top of YouTube and reads your answers and awards you points and puts you on a leaderboard. It is a great amount of fun. It's a great way to practice for the state exam as well. But every single question comes out of one of these categories. Okay, good. Questions? Talk about delegation. We will take a break in just a little bit. I do give you a 15-minute break just so I can rest my vocal cords for a few minutes. We will take a 15-minute break. I'll let you know when we're there. It's usually around 10:45-ish. Depends on how off topic I get. All right, so delegation. This is pretty easy. CNAs can do whatever the nurse asks you to do, as long as you have been trained to do that thing. Okay? As long as you have been trained to do that thing. Now, as a nurse, it's my responsibility to know the rules around delegation. I have to be able to justify my delegating that task. I've also got to check with my employer to make sure that at this facility that task can be delegated. Okay, so as a nurse, I have a lot more responsibility here. As a CNA, you need to know that you can do whatever the nurse asks you to do as long as you have been trained to do that. Okay. Now, training doesn't mean you sit in a classroom. Training can actually be at the bedside with a single patient. What's your name? Shelby. I can take Shelby into this patient's room and train her to do a task. And then I can watch Shelby do the task. And as long as I'm comfortable with Shelby, her performance, then now Shelby can do that task. As long as it is a routine task on a stable patient according to the care plan. So this even covers delegation as well. Okay. So if somebody asks you to do something, your first question is, have I been trained to do that? If you haven't been trained, you need to tell them, I'm sorry, I haven't been trained to do that task. Don't just pull up YouTube and do a quick review how to do that. So we want to say, I'm sorry, I would love to help you, but I haven't been trained on that task. Now, you should be willing to be trained on additional tasks as you go through your career. What we're going to do is just provide the basics, because it depends on where you go as to what type of tasks you're going to be doing. So let's say, what's your name? Asia. So let's say that Asia is working in the mother-baby unit. She likes little babies. She gets to hold them and cuddle them, and it's a great thing. Not my cup of tea, but it's good for Asia. Okay. So she is going to be trained on swaddling infants. She's going to be the best swaddler out there. Her babies never cry because they're swaddled so nicely, right? Now, Adam doesn't work in the mother-baby unit. Adam works in a pre-op section of a same-day surgery center. So these are people that come in, they're going to have a quick procedure, and they're going to go home at the end of the day. Now, you're responsible for helping them get ready for surgery. So you're going to make sure the dentures are out. You're going to make sure they're in a patient gown, that all of their belongings are in a bag under the thing that they've peed, right? You're going to make sure that they haven't had anything to eat or drink, right? You got a lot of things that you're going to do with them, but you have no idea how to swaddle. Not something he's ever been trained on. Why would he? We don't swaddle people going into surgery, right? So I'm not going to teach you swaddling. I'm not going to teach you pre-op procedures, because you may not work in those settings. When you go to work, wherever it is that you go to work, they will train you on the additional tasks that you need in that setting. Good? Make sense? That's what delegation is all about. But let's take just a minute and talk a little bit. So this is just a slide, am I allowed to do that? Well, the answer is, have you been trained to do that? Okay. As long as you remain in your scope of practice, you have no liability. But if Lucy goes in and decides that she wants to brush this person's teeth and it's not on the care plan, is she liable? Why? It wasn't on the care plan. That's right. You are now acting as a nurse. Therefore, you are accepting full liability for your actions. And the Board of Nursing will have something to say about you acting as a nurse without the appropriate qualifications. So you don't want that. That's bad. It's very bad. All right. So do you guys understand your role? This AC trips every once in a while. Do you guys understand your role clearly? Do you understand you can be trained to do additional tasks, but you need to be trained? Okay. Do you understand what to do if you can't follow the care plan? Who do you tell? And do you understand who we should be paying attention to when we're doing whatever's on the care plan? The patient. All right, my job here is done. Let's go home. All right, so before we get into this, we're going to take a break in just a few minutes, but I want to talk a little bit about, let's go back to page 21. I think I have a slide on this later, but I'm going to get to it now. I want to explain to you a little bit about the patient, and then we'll go on break. So this kind of gets missed a lot because we're focused on us and our processes and our work environment. And there's so many things that we're focused on that we kind of forget about this. So I want to take just a few minutes and talk to you about the patients for a second. Okay. How many of you guys have ever been sick? All right. When you're sick, where do you want to be? Home. Absolutely. There is no place like home. And if I'm sick, I don't want to be any place but home. Preferably curled up on my bed with my TV going and my dog laying next to me. I got a brand new puppy. He is adorable. That's where I want to be, right? What do you think your mood is like when you're sick? Oh man, grumpy. Yeah. Just give me what I want and go away, please. Don't talk to me. Just, I don't want to deal with anything, right? Just grumpy, right? So if we have a person who is sick and they want to be home and they're already a little bit grumpy, do we have the seeds for a fruitful relationship here? No. So we need to be aware of this, right? Your patients are not having their best day. They're going to be grumpy. Now, it gets worse. It gets way worse, right? So we already have somebody that's grumpy who's not home. That really sets them off, by the way. They want to be home. But when you are sick or injured, your immune system has to do something about that. It's got to get busy. That busy is going to take up all of your energy, which is why we get really tired when we get sick, right? So our immune system is super busy, and that makes us super tired. Well, in a clinical setting, this is the worst place in the world to try to get any rest because you got people coming in like every 10 minutes, getting paperwork, checking vital signs, giving medications, doing exams. It goes on and on and on. So now we got a grumpy person who's not at home, who's being interrupted like every 15 minutes, and they're sleep deprived. So what does that do to our mood? Oh, I am a bear when I'm not getting enough sleep, right? They're also a little bit preoccupied. Every patient in that hospital is dying. Just ask them, they'll tell you. They all think they're dying. That's why they're there. If they didn't think they were dying, where'd they be? At home. They all think they're dying. They're preoccupied. So do you think they're going to be listening to everything you say? No. They're also preoccupied with things like, who's feeding my puppy? Is my puppy going out? Is somebody taking care of my puppy like I do? How am I going to pay this bill? Because healthcare comes with a bill. Pretty hefty one too, by the way. How am I going to pay that? Is this going to interrupt my ability to work, to be able to pay that bill? Who's paying my electric bill while I'm in here? Because it was due like yesterday. I don't want all my stuff in the fridge to spoil, right? They got a lot of things going on. They may even be thinking, what is my significant other doing while I'm in here? Who's taking care of my kids? They got a lot of things going on up here. Do you think they're going to be listening to you when you come in? So we may have to repeat ourselves a few times, right? We are not seeing them on their best day. But it gets even worse than that when we're in long-term care, because in long-term care, they've had to sell their home to be there. They've had to sell their car. They have lost their independence. They are now living in a room with a stranger that they did not get to pick. They are surrounded by strange people. They don't know any of you. They've had a heck of a lot of loss in their life. Do you think that's going to affect their mood? We are not seeing them on their best day. We're probably seeing them on one of their worst. Expecting your patient to be nice to you is unrealistic. If you've got a nice patient, that is a great day. That's a bonus. That's wonderful. But that's not what we should expect. I have a theory. I think everybody is born with a bucket of nice. I think you're born with it. You've got this bucket of nice you carry around with you everywhere you go. And when you're young, people put more nice in it, right? They fill up your bucket. So your bucket never runs empty. And you go along your life and you open doors for people and they smile at you. You've given a little nice, you got a little nice, right? You do things for others. You give a little nice, you got a little nice, and your bucket stays pretty full. But as you get older, what do you think happens to that bucket of nice? You start giving it out, but what do you think starts happening? Nobody's filling it back up. What do you think is going to happen when your bucket runs dry? You don't have any nice left to give. And that's our patient in the hospital. They are out of nice. So how are we going to get them nice again? What do they need? What do they need from us? They need help. They need attention. They need nice. That's right. That's exactly it. Their bucket is never going to get full unless we give them some of our nice. I don't care how nasty they are to you. The nastier they are, the nicer I become. Because their bucket is bone dry. Now, I'm going to tell you that works out there too. You come across people that are just mean, their bucket is empty. You're expecting something that they don't have to give. So that's somebody who has really had their nice robbed from them. So how do we help them? We give them some of our nice. But that also means that your buckets are in danger of running out. So you've got to practice self-care as well. Make sure you surround yourself with people in your life that can refill your buckets of nice as well. Does that make sense? Otherwise, you'll burn out. So good. That's my bucket of nice theory. Okay, good. But never forget that your patients have a totally different point of view than you do. Probably the maddest I've ever gotten at a CNA is when a CNA was having an altercation with a patient and actually told me, well, she started it. Okay. You go take a break. I'll deal with you later because I'll never yell at you in public. I don't do that. I'm nice. But let me get you in private and we're going to have a conversation about why your mindset needs to be changed. And if we can't change it, you're not going to work here. Okay. Make sense? Okay. Never forget, your point of view is different from your patient's. You get to go home in a couple hours. You got a whole life waiting out there for you. You're just trying to get to. They don't. This is their life. So we got to bring them what they need. Okay. Good. Questions? All right, let's go ahead and take a break. We're going to go 15 minutes. It's going to take us to right about 1:07-ish, maybe. Yes, thank you. If you parked in the front spots, if you can move your cars to either one of the sides, that would be awesome. Thank you. And anybody that needs to make a payment, you can do it through the link in your email, or you can come to me. in here. My hand is so slow today. Okay, your last name?
Marsha, Maruchea.
Thank you. I don't have a swiper thing, so I have to type it all in. I got brand new nails on and I don't know what to do with them. My daughter did it for me. I like them, I'm just not used to them. Okay, what's your zip code for this card?
34608.
And is an emailed, is an emailed receipt okay?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, you're all set.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Is cash all right?
Gosh, just kidding. Is it exact?
Yeah, 175?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, and let me just put you in here so I can get you your receipt. Last name?
Work, W-A-R-D.
Okay. Adam, gotcha. And receipt payment. Gosh, love it. And okay, I'm gonna email you your receipt.
Awesome, thank you.
You're good. You're all set. Okay, last name Nova. They say that right?
Yeah.
I gotta get a swiper. And what's zip code?
34608.
Email receipt, okay? Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to go outside.
That one, let me run that one again. That one didn't go through. I don't know what I did wrong here. I probably typed it in wrong.
It could also be
We'll try it one more time. It's 182. So 34608.
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, it is 175. Sorry about that.
Oh, there's, yeah, I have to cancel really quick.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, 175.
I gotta make it done.
Sure, no worries. No worries. Okay. I have to come back to first. All right, last name?
Rick, G-R-E-E-R.
Okay. Minutes. Thank you. I've got to get a swiper.
Sorry.
Zip card, zip code?
34654.
Email receipt, okay?
Yes.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you.
You are all set.
Oh,
We also, that one is busy. We have one in the retail store too. If you go to the scrub shop next door, go all the way to the back wall, take a right, first door on the right. I know with a big class, you guys are a big class. With a big class, I have to open up, so, tell you about the other one too. Thank you.
This one.
And you said it was 34608, right?
Yes.
Go ahead. Oh, quick.
You're fine.
And an email receipt, you said is okay.
Yeah.
Okay, all done. Okay, last name?
Alvarado, A-L-V-A-R-A-D-O.
Nevaeh.
Yes, Nevada.
And do you know the zip code for this?
Yes, 33635.
33635.
Yes.
And is an email receipt okay?
Yes.
Oh, God, and all done.
Thank you.
Okay, give me just a minute and I'll be right back. Your shoes on tight. Don't trip.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go make a quick.
Okay. Let me flip that air back on. All right, any questions on what we've gone over so far? Oops, let's go back here. I don't know where we were. There we go. Any questions so far? Everybody good? Let's talk about the test. Oh, thank you, Jazz. That's sweet. Maya says, hello, will I have to order a study guide or can I get one when I come into class on Wednesday? Yeah, Maya, I've got 1, 2, 3, looks like 3 people that three people that still are outstanding. So when you come into class on Wednesday, those of you who are enrolled, when you come in, you'll get your whole packet and your ID badge and everything. All right, so page 12 is going to talk to you about the state exam. I'm just going to go over this briefly. I know the state exam is a big thing in your life. It's not really in mine. I'm going to be talking to you about the exam as we go through the program, little bit at a time, but I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of the testing process now, just to kind of get it out of the way, because I know that you guys all have a million questions. So we'll just do an overview, and then I'm going to work in information about the test as we go through the program, okay? But all the notes are on page 12. Told you I took notes for you. So testing day. Our closest testing center is in Tampa. So there's 2 in Tampa. There's one on the west side, like by the airport. There's one on the east side, like over by Busch Gardens area. So the west side is the closest one for us. It's just straight down the parkway, not too far off. Anybody from Citrus County? Do I have Citrus County people? Okay, your testing center is probably closest is going to be Ocala. There are 2 in Ocala. So we'll go over that as we go through the program. Class 4, I get into testing centers pretty heavily. But just know that you have to go to a testing center on testing day. You'll do both parts, the written and the skills. So the written is a 60-question multiple choice test you're going to take on the computer. The skills, they're going to give you 3 skills that are already pre-selected to demonstrate in front of 2 RN evaluators. If you pass both sections, you're a CNA. And you will pass both sections. So when you go to your testing center, you have to leave everything in your car. You cannot take study material in. You cannot take your cell phone in. You can't take really anything but 2 forms of ID. One of them has to have a picture. So a state issued or government issued photo ID. The other one just has to have a signature. So your social security card or a voter's registration card or a library card or even a debit credit card that you've signed the back. The big thing is the 2 names have to match. Exactly. So it's okay if one of them has your whole middle name and the other has your middle initial as long as it matches. Okay. But if you're, I don't know, Daisy Lee McGraw on your driver's license and your Daisy A. McGraw on your credit card, that's not going to work. Okay. Make sense? When you go in, you got your 2 forms of ID, take your keys with you, obviously, and you want your test admission letter. If you don't print this off, it's okay. They'll have a copy there at the testing center. But I like to have this with you in case there's any issues. Like if they say, oh, you're here on the wrong day, having your physical copy is a good idea. So that there's, you've got a leg to stand on, basically. Okay. When you go in, you're going to go in with 7 strangers. You will not be testing with the people in this room. Everybody registers independently. You will be processed independently. Everybody's going to take a little bit different timeline to get
to your testing center. Test dates fill up very quickly. They test 7 days a week, 8 people at a time. So the only time they take off is for major holidays. So Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, not Black Friday, Christmas Day, not Christmas Eve, New Year's Day, and I think Easter Sunday. That's it. So all Mother's Day, they'll be testing. So kind of keep that in mind. I know mom may not be happy about it, but they do test. So you'll be testing with 7 strangers. When you go in, you're going to go into a waiting room. There's going to be 2 additional rooms. One of them is your clinical skills room. One of them is the computer room for the written test. Now, every testing center is set up a little bit differently, but that's generally how they're set up, okay? When you're in the waiting room, you can't have any study material and you can't have any electronic devices on you. No smartwatches, and they're looking for that now because I know some smartwatches you can make to look like a real watch, but you can't have any electronics in the testing center. So when you're in there, my best advice for you, don't make friends. Do not make friends on testing day. You can make friends any other time in your life, not on testing day, because this area is stress soup. Everybody's stress level is about this tall, okay? And you're about to be tested. So what ends up happening inevitably is that somebody's going to sit there and they're going to say, hey, Adam, how many paper towels did they tell you that you needed when you washed your hands? Because I can't remember. Was it 2 or was it 10? I can't remember. Oh my gosh. And Asia, did I get that right? Asia is going to say, what do you mean? She didn't tell us that we had to count paper towels. And Lucy is going to go, oh, but my instructor said that if you use any less than 8, you're going to fail. And then, what's your name? Shelby. Sorry, I'm still working on it. Shelby is going to say, oh my gosh, we had to use one for every finger, one for our palm, one for the back of our hands, and one for each of our wrists. What do I do? Right? So now you guys are all starting to ramp up your anxiety level because now all of you are like, well, which one's right? Which one's right? I got a test coming up. Which one's right? The right answer is it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. The problem is that there's a lot of instructors out there that overcomplicate this to make their program seem like you're learning a lot. And it's all irrelevant information. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to overload you with an irrelevant information. I'm going to tell you when it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Nobody cares. Okay. But in the testing center, when you're sitting there waiting to test, you're going to start talking about these steps because it's what's on your mind. And what that's going to do is freak you out because you're going to hear all different opinions. Don't get caught up in trying to teach somebody the right thing. And this happens a lot in the testing center. Oh my gosh. Okay, listen. I went to Miss Patty. You were in Miss Patty. You will get instant celebrity status. I guarantee it. It happens all the time. You actually went to her class, her real class, like in classroom. You'll get it. It'll be funny. But now you're going to give advice. Yeah, Miss Patty said the amount of paper towels don't matter. Okay. Well, now you're the last person that gave them information. So if they fail, who are they going to blame? The last person that gave them information. And then you end up in the parking lot in a fist fight with somebody that you were just trying to help. Okay. That's no good for anybody. So on testing day, don't try to teach. After testing day, go out there and teach the world. Everybody needs to know how to do these skills properly. We have a whole bunch of patients out there that need to be cared for the right way. So teach the world. I don't have, what I teach is not teach the world. Okay. It's important, but not on testing day because you'll stress yourself out. Does that make sense? So you're in there, 7 strangers, talk about the weather, talk about your new puppy. I'll talk about that all day long. Talk about anything else, but not the test. Now, once you get in there, they're going to check you in. So they want to make sure that you are, in fact, you, and that you're not trying to test for your sister or your niece or anybody. And yes, that has happened. So they need to prove that you are you, which is why you have 2 forms of ID. And the names have to match. So once they check you in, they're going to ask you some very specific questions. What's your name? Faith. So they're going to ask you, Faith, do you have any conditions that would keep you from being a patient and for any of these skills or keep you from performing any of these skills? Now, if you do, you need to tell them yes and tell them what it is. If you don't make something up. So, and I'll tell you a really funny story about this, although it wasn't funny at the time, I've heard. We were a testing center for years. And in fact, where the men's area is in our shop was the testing center. And it was really funny because I had a student that had an amputation, an above the knee amputation, and she had a prosthetic. I didn't even know. Because she had the prosthetic for a long time, she didn't walk with a limp. Everything looked normal. And of course, in scrubs, I'm not like checking out your legs. So I had no idea. And during the course, she did reveal that she did have an amputation. And I thought that was cool. Awesome. You've accommodated very well. Well, what I didn't do was tell her to tell the testing center. So during the test, you are going to be a patient for somebody else to do their skills on. So that means if somebody gets mouth care, you may be a patient for mouth care. If somebody gets turning a patient over onto their side, you might be a patient for side lying position. If somebody gets a partial bed bath, you will not be a patient because we're going to let the mannequin stand in for that one. Okay, there's 4 skills that the mannequins will stand in. Everything else is going to be done on another testing student. Now, when you are the patient, you are going to get a script and you're going to stay on script and you are going to act like you act. Don't try to turn into a 90-year-old invalid. That's not what we're looking for here. We're looking for you. Okay, so if our skill is ambulate with a gait belt and you are the patient, you're going to walk like you walk. You're not going to try to pretend to fall over or anything. And you're not going to walk like an old person. Okay. We're going to do our skills as ourselves. Good. But that also means that we need to know if you have something like a prosthetic. So this is what happened. I wasn't in there for this, thankfully. But this is the story as it was related to me by the evaluator. So patient's laying in bed, the candidate, person being tested, goes to do range of motion on the leg. Candidate did not tell us that she had, or the patient did not tell us she had a prosthetic. When you go to lift a leg, you expect a certain amount of weight. Prosthetics are light. They don't weigh like a regular leg. And this candidate put her hand under the leg and went to lift it with force. And the prosthetic came off. So now the person testing is holding a prosthetic leg that she was not expecting and dropped it. It went onto the floor, out of the pants leg, totally onto the floor. My student who had the prosthetic is laughing hysterically, thinks it's the funniest thing on the planet. The person testing broke out in tears. The evaluator's like, what do I do with this? I don't know what to do. How do you recover from this? How do you get this testing candidate back on track? So yeah, now it's funny. Back then, not so much. So if you have something, please let them know. If you've just had dental work done and you've got stitches, we don't want to use you for mouth care because we might aggravate those stitches and cause bleeding. If you have athlete's foot on your foot, we don't want to use you for foot care. Okay, so be sensitive, but don't invent problems that don't actually exist to keep you from being a patient for certain skills. Okay, good. Does that make sense? All right, so you're there with 7 strangers. They are going to do their skills on you. You are going to do your skills on them. And there's 2 parts of the test. There's a skills and a written. So when you go in and they check you in, you and 7 strangers, they're actually going to take this information that you give them and pair you up with another testing candidate. So there's a lot of criteria here that they have to use. They're going to try their best not to pair you up with somebody that is significantly larger than you if you have to do skills that require mobility. So if you're transferring a patient from bed to wheelchair, they're going to try to match you up with somebody that's about your physical size. Does that make sense? Okay. So let's say that Asia gets transferring from bed to wheelchair. She also gets foot care and she gets pulse. Okay. So right now, off the top of my head, I've got a couple people that I could pair you up with that are about roughly in your ballpark, right? Well, she has got athlete's foot. What's your name over there? Vanessa has athlete's foot. So she's out. She can't be your patient because you've got to do foot care. And what's your name? Rochelle. Rochelle has a super rapid irregular pulse. She actually has a fib, so she's not really good for pulse. So that leaves us with, hold on, I know this. Nope, yeah, Faith. Yep, sorry. I told you several times. So that means that I'm going to pair you up with Faith. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so this takes a little bit of time for them to think about how they're going to pair each one of you up. So when they check you guys in, the 2 evaluators disappear for like 20 minutes. And you're sitting there. Remember, you're not talking to the people in the room about the skills. You're talking about puppies and weather and stuff. But you're going to wonder, where did they go? When is this test going to start? Well, what they're doing is putting you into groups. It's not random. Okay? So once you are assigned your group, you're going to be taken into the skills room. Now, the skills room is separate from the waiting room. In fact, if I put a wall right here and put a door in it, this would be our testing skills room. Out here would be the waiting room. Okay, so it's private. You're not on a stage. You're not performing in front of hundreds. It's private. In fact, the only people in here are the 2 people that are being tested, right? The one that's performing the skills, the other one that's being the patient, and the 2 evaluators. Now, your goal is to keep those evaluators on the other side of the room. You also want to keep them totally disinterested in what you're doing. So as long as everything is going along pretty well, it's just another day at the office for them. They're just checking off their form. But if you see them kind of sit up and take notice and look a little harder at what you're doing, think twice because you're now off script, right? Okay. So you want them across the room, bored to tears, because that means everything is being done right. Anybody work? Anybody have a job? You know how it is when you have a job and everything is just going on normal. You just don't really pay attention. Yeah, that's those evaluators. Those evaluators are very close to retirement. Let me tell you a secret about evaluators. These are RNs. They have significant experience, lots of years behind them. And most of that experience has been in either a teaching or a supervisory role. There is nothing you're going to do that they don't see. Don't think to yourself, oh, they didn't catch that. Yes, they did. They absolutely did. How many of you guys are parents? Okay, when you are a parent, you know what your kid is doing even when you're not looking at them. Okay, think of these as CNA parents. They know it all. So be careful. Don't think to yourself they didn't see something. But those evaluators should be a little bit removed from what you're doing. They should not be hovering right over you. They should be on the far wall. There are a few exceptions to that. I'll get to that as we get to those skills. There are a few exceptions to that. But for the most part, they should be away from you. And honestly, you shouldn't even be talking to them because they are there to witness you and the patient, your interaction with the patient. Remember, the focus is on the patient, right? So you don't want to be talking to those evaluators. They have no place here. They're just watching. Does that make sense? Good. So if you have to start a skill over, you made a mistake, you did something crazy, you did range of motion on the arm, you're supposed to do it on the leg. I mean, you just like have to start over. You did the pulse, but you forgot the reading. You got to start over. It's okay. You can do that. Doesn't have to be perfect the first time. Doesn't even have to be perfect. We'll get to that in a minute. But it's not, you're not going to talk to the evaluator. Who do you think you should talk to? The patient. Sure. Uh-oh, I did the wrong skill. Let me do that again. Uh-oh, I forgot the pulse. Let me recheck that. What would you do in a clinical setting if you made a mistake? Are you going to ignore it? No, you're going to have to do whatever it is that you were supposed to do, but who needs to know? The patient. So we're going to treat this like it's a real patient encounter. So in order for you to understand the test, I got to give you a history lesson. Okay. So real quick, how CNA testing evolved. Before 1996, we didn't have testing. There was no testing. No testing at all. That wasn't that long ago, guys. I was alive in 96. Yeah, no testing. What happened was you went to work at a local nursing home. They trained you while you were there. The DON, director of nurses, would just wander by as you were doing skills with patients, and they would eventually say, yeah, Lucy did enough stuff that I'm happy she's a CNA. They'd send it over to Tallahassee, and poof, Lucy's a CNA. Cool, right? Yeah, that only works if your DON is good. If you parked in the DON's parking spot, you are never, ever getting certified because there's nothing independent about that, is there? So now we need an independent person. So after 96, I said, okay, hold up. The DONs, the system's okay, but it doesn't really benefit the DON to make them CNAs too quickly because then we have to pay them CNA wages. So we're going to put it off as long as we can. We're going to keep you uncertified as long as we can. So there wasn't a real incentive for certification. Make sense? So what they did is they changed the system and they said, okay, the DONs can still train or people in the facility can still train, but we want an independent person to come in and validate. So once every 3 months, an independent person would come in, walk around the facility, watch everybody do their skills. And if they were happy, they'd write letters to Tallahassee and poof, you're CNAs. So it made it more independent. That was good. But the problem is that those evaluators would only come around every so often, and it took a long time, and it just wasn't very efficient. So they thought, what if we have all of these people come to us, come to one place, and we could certify them? So that worked, right? So all the all the people would go get trained, but you know, nursing home is not the only place that CNAs can work. So let's let schools train, and we'll have testing centers for everybody to come to. So we have independent evaluators at a convenient location that's not tied to a nursing facility. That's how we got where we're at. So if you think back to the history, how they checked you off was you worked with real patients in a nursing center, and they just wandered around and watched you do what you do. Little here, little there, little here, little there, and then they certified you. That's what this is supposed to simulate. So should you be talking to those evaluators? No, you should talk to the patients. Good? Questions? All right, so when you go into that testing center, you don't know where anything is. They have to show you around. So they're going to show you, this is our bed. This is how you raise it. This is how you lower it. This is our curtain. This is how you close it. This is how you open it. These are our supplies. This is our hamper. This is our bathroom. They're going to show you all around, show you how to work everything. And then they are going to pick one of you to go first. So you have to remind me again, Shakima. I keep butchering that. I'm sorry. So Shakima and Asia, you guys are the first ones up. So the evaluator would take you, you can stay there. The evaluator would take you into the room. They would show you everything. And then they're going to pick one of you to go first. So I'm going to pick on Shakima, because you're right here. And they're going to give you a skill set. Now, these aren't picked by the evaluators. The evaluator does not assign you your skill set. The computer does when you register. So the evaluators can't I don't like you, so I'm going to give you the hard one. It doesn't work like that. Okay, the computer actually picks. So, Lucy, since I picked on you, give me a number 1 to 11. Okay. So the computer randomly picked skill set 10 for Shakima. And I can't even trust that you know how to read. So we're going to read this to you. So your 3 skills are measure and record pulse, perform passive range of motion to elbow and wrist, and provide a partial bed bath to a resident in bed. Now, they would read the whole care plan for each one of those skills, and you're going to perform those 3 skills on Asia. So they're going to read it to you, and then they're going to hand it to you, and that is yours throughout your entire exam. So you can go back and look at that anytime you want to. If you can't remember halfway through a skill which arm you were supposed to do range of motion on, you can stop and go look at that care plan, because what do we know about the care plan? Yeah, we got to follow it. So you have to have access to it throughout the entire skill. Okay, good. You don't have to memorize it, although you will by the end of the class. You don't have to memorize it. You have complete access to it, but you as the patient are going to get a script to follow. They're going to tell you what to say and what to do. So there's no ad-libbing here, okay? You also don't want to try to trick anybody when you're the patient. Don't try to make it harder. That's not your role. How many of you guys have live humans at home? Live humans? Any live humans at home? Yeah. Those are the people you're going to be practicing on, right? Your live, don't practice on dead ones. They don't really work real well. Live humans only. So when you go home tonight, you're going to give your live humans that you're going to be practicing on in the future very specific instructions. When it comes time for me to practice, you are supposed to be you, my teacher said. You can't throw me curveballs, my teacher said. You can't make this harder for me, my teacher said. Prep them now. Because if you don't, what's going to happen next week when you start practicing on these people, they're going to do all kinds of funky stuff on you and say stuff like, oh, you got to get used to it. This is the way people act. No. You're trying to give a kindergartner calculus. No. Have them do exactly what the care plan says and no more. Good? Good? Because otherwise it's going to mess you up for the test. So the evaluator reads the care plan to you, hands it to you. That is yours throughout the test, and then gives the patient specific instructions. Good? Everybody understand how that works? All right. Again, these care plans are available to you. They're also in your book. We saw that page already, page 27. So all of these are available to you to take a look at. You can practice with them in here. They're all just there. All right. Oh, we went over this too. Remember, each one of these care plan sets has an ADL skill, a mobility skill, and a documentation skill. And the checklists are on the back. All right. So when you are doing these skills and the evaluators have that checklist in front of them, they are going to be checking off the steps as you do them. So we did this step, we did this step, we did this one, this one, this one, and this one, but we did not do this one. So it doesn't have a check mark. This is now called a deficiency. Anything at the end of the skill without a check mark is called a deficiency. When you're done with the test, they're going to put this information into the computer, and what goes into the computer are all the deficiencies. Not the things you did right, it's what you failed to do or things you did wrong. That's how they grade you, okay? So it's not how many steps did you get right, It's what steps did you get wrong? Now, the question I get asked all the time is, how many of these steps can I miss and still pass? And the answer to that is, it depends. Let's talk about this lady over here. We have to brush her teeth. Is she in a safe position for mouth care? What's wrong? She's laying down. So what could happen to her? She could choke. That's right. The technical term is aspirate, breathe fluid into the lungs. That is our technical term, but yeah, we call it choking. So what would we want to do to prevent from killing this patient? Sit them up. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we could put the head of the bed up. We could get her sitting on the side of the bed. We could maybe get her up into the sink. How would I know which method might be better? We have a method for that, don't we? All right. So if the care plan specifies, we're going to follow it. If not, we're just going to put the head of the bed up. Get her in a sitting position. Now, how many of you guys have brushed your teeth this month? Anybody? Good? Yeah, this month? Yeah, good. All right. So you're familiar with this. You probably don't brush your teeth in a bed, do you? Where do you brush your teeth? Okay, so when you're in the bathroom, you're probably not just kind of reclining. You're standing over a sink, and chances are you're probably leaned a little bit forward, because when you brush your teeth, what happens here? Oh, yeah, you got, foam and all kinds of stuff going on, right? So you need a place to spit, and you're probably leaning over the sink, right? So we get this big foamy mess thing going on when we're brushing our teeth. So if we're in bed, kind of reclining back a little bit, what's going to happen to that big foamy mess? Yeah. So what could we maybe put on the patient to keep all that foam off of them? Towel. Yeah, something. I don't care what you use. Pick something. Just put it on them to keep their clothing clean, right? So if we're going to brush somebody's teeth in bed, we want to put the head of the bed up, and we want to keep their clothing covered with something for that foamy mess. Good? Okay, those are two good steps. Which one, if we didn't do it, might kill the patient? The head of the bed or the towel on the chest? The head of the bed. That's right. It has a bigger consequence to the patient. So if we forget that step, it's going to count big. If we forget the towel on the chest, nobody's ever died from having toothpaste on their clothing. It's an inconvenience, but it's not going to kill them, so it's not going to count as much. So you can miss a couple of smaller steps that don't count as strongly. But if you miss one really big step, it could fail you. Does that make sense? Following the care plan is a really big step that can fail you. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail. Okay? Because there's stuff that we don't know about that patient. And if we're not following the care plan, we're putting our patient in jeopardy. Good? So as long as you're following the care plan and adhering to the principles I'm going to teach you, this becomes super easy. So the answer to this is, how many deficiencies can I have and still pass? The answer is, it depends. What were the deficiencies? Okay. Good. Right? I got a whole lesson on this on page 65. If you look at page 65, you can see this little video clapboard up here. This means I have an animated lesson on this. Now you can find the animated lessons on foryourcna.com under training, animated lessons. Okay, so anytime you see this video clapboard in the book, in the reading, means I have a video for you. Now, I don't show you all these videos in class. That would be boring. If I just sat here and just kept pressing play and just showed you videos, that would be boring. We don't want that. So I don't show you these videos, but they are available for you. Now, I've got a whole online course that you guys are going to be registered in today that will actually show you all of these lessons, but that it does it in a little bit different way. It's interactive. So you'll see the lessons and then you'll have activity to do. We're going to do some activities together in a minute. It'll give you some questions to answer. It'll give you some sequencing to do. So it's the online course is very helpful in putting into practice what you're learning. And you guys all have access to that. So there's two parts to the test. There's a skills test, which we just talked about, and then there's a written test. It depends which one you do first based on who's there to test that day. So let's say that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, you 8 are here to test. Okay, you 8 are here to test. And Adam is here to retake the skills exam. He took the exam once before, but he wasn't successful on skills. So he's just here to retake skills. And Lucy is here to retake the written. She passed the skills, but she didn't do so well on the written. So she's got to retake the written. Make sense? Okay. So the rest of you are here for everything. You're going to do both sections. Well, in that case, we're probably going to do the written test first. That way we can get Lucy out. Because the skills take way longer. Otherwise, she's going to be here all day sitting in that waiting room for no reason. So in that case, because we have somebody here to take the written test only, we probably do the written first. Now, if she was here to take both sections and Adam was here just to take the skills, then we're going to do the skills first. That way we can get him tested and out because he's already done the full day thing. And he'll be the first group. Make sense? Okay. So a question I get asked a lot is which comes first, written or skills? It really depends on who's there to test. Okay. Demystifying the test. So on the written exam, you have 90 minutes to do 60 questions. My students don't time out. There's no need to time out. The only time you would time out is if you had absolutely no idea and you had to go through the questions several times. But I have a resource to help you. This is the ebook, the free ebook. You'll see this in your wrap-up email that you're going to get tonight. I'm going to give you a link to this, so you can just click on the link and sign up to download it. It also is available for you guys. If you're on flcnatraining.com, you can also type in floridacnatraining.com. Both of them will take you to the same place. I've got this linked in the first lesson or the live stream for class 1. So that will help you. What I do is I break down the types of questions that you're going to see on the state exam, tell you about the categories, and explain to you why a question is written a certain way and how to decipher it to answer it. So this is a workbook style. It'll help you identify what they're actually trying to get to. Okay. You can sign up on foryourcna.com/ebook, but you'll get the links in your wrap-up emails. So when you're done with the test, all done, you've taken the skills, you've taken the written, at the end of the day, you're going to get some printouts that look like this. This is the test results. This is a sample. And this is one for the written. It tells you up here, candidate passed the written test. Yay. Down here, it tells you the categories of questions, how many questions were in the category and how many you got right. So you'll be able to see pretty quickly if you were unsuccessful, what category you're having some trouble in. Okay. And then you can come to me and I will explain it to you. Chances are you won't have to come to me because you're going to pass. And if you don't pass, you'll know why. But if you need help, send me an email, let me know. This is the test results for the skills. At the top, it'll tell you whether you passed or not. At the bottom, you'll see a listing of the actual skills that you were assigned. This is going to bleed over into the next page, the rest of the skills. It doesn't all fit on one page. But the most important page that you want to pay attention to is this one. This is the feedback page, or like I call it, the deficiency page. Remember, when you've got the checklist, anything without a check mark is a deficiency. That's what goes into the computer. This is a listing of all the deficiencies. In Florida, and I'm only talking about Florida right now for those of you who are joining us elsewhere. In Florida, if something shows up twice, it counted against you. If it only shows up once, it did not. In Florida, we have 2 RN evaluators. 2 evaluators are watching your skills exam. If one of them says you did not do something and the other one says that you did, that means somebody wasn't paying attention, and that doesn't count against you. Okay, good? Makes sense? So if something is listed twice, it counts against you. If something is listed once, it doesn't. But this is the most important part of the test. I know you think, did I pass it or not, is the most important part, but it's not. This, reading this page, is the most important part of the test. Because if I am the body in the bed, I don't want good enough. And guys, I will be the body in the bed at some point. It's inevitable. Do you want a good enough CNA? Do you want somebody that just barely passed, but hey, they passed? Do you want a good enough doctor? You know, the ones that got through medical school with like a D, but they got through medical school. We still call them doctors. They are still out there practicing. Do you want that doctor? No, you want quality, right? So how do we get to quality? We get to quality by evaluating our performance and making adjustments where we need to. For me, this is your most important page. What did you miss? So you can pay attention to make sure you don't miss it when you're working with real humans. Got it? It's not just about passing the test. I am going to be the body in the bed at some point. Do better than that for me. Okay? All right. So, let me tell you a little bit about my history in teaching this class. I didn't do so well first couple times I taught it. So I was a CPR instructor, still am, but I had a couple of DONs, directors of nursing, that came to my CPR classes and said, hey, can you put a CNA class together? We need some good CNAs. I really like the way you teach. Can you put something together? And I thought, how hard can that be? I'm a nurse. Sure, I can teach nursing assistant. No sweat, no problem. So I put a class together and I focused on anatomy and physiology and medical terminology and medical abbreviations. And what did I tell you about all that? Yeah, I tried to create mini nurses. Are CNAs mini nurses? Oh, no. I did not teach correctly. I didn't understand the difference. So my students didn't do so well. And I'm a perfectionist. I didn't like that. So for me, that wasn't good enough is never good enough. Never good enough. So I went back to the drawing board and I said, okay, hold up. If I am going to be teaching this, I probably need to understand what they do. What are the laws? What is the test? So I started diving into this, and it took me a long time to put it all together. But I am now the subject matter expert on prometric testing. I just had a conversation with one of their evaluators the other day, and he was asking me questions about prometric testing. Okay. I know this stuff inside and out, upside down, backwards and forwards. So what does that mean to you? Well, as I went through this journey, and it was a journey, as I went through this journey, I started to realize, hold up, all of these checklists start the same way. Like item number 1 and item number 2 are the same. I keep seeing them over and over. So I started comparing. And sure enough, as I compared, every single skill had number 1 on it. Okay, so Well, I might be able to do something with that. Looked a little further, and every single skill had number 2 on it. And I thought, well, if I could put 1 and 2 together and teach the students to do that every time, that would just take care of, 2 checkpoints right off the bat. That seemed easy. I like it. I like easy. Easy is easy to perform. I am not about overcomplicating things. I'm about simplifying. So as I started going through, I realized it's not just 1 and 2. We also have this that shows up at the end. Different numbers, but the checkpoint's the same. So as I compiled all of this information, I started to realize there are common traits, common things that are going to be present in every single checklist that we can combine into a principle. And that's how your principles on the back wall were born. I actually came up with this on a cruise ship, believe it or not. I am a cruiser. I've got over 30 cruises. Love cruising. But when I go on cruises, I take my laptop and it's a place for me to unplug. I don't have phones going off and emails and all this stuff. So my brain can just kind of click along. And I realized that I could put all of this stuff together into a principle. We could do it the same way every single time. And we could get all of those check marks in, no matter what the skill was. So we ended up with the opening. Now, the opening is how we're going to start every skill. Remember, the care plan tells us what to do, but we're going to start every skill with the opening. Now, every opening is going to start with a knock. Way more important than you think it is. Way more important than you think it is. Let's go back to our patient for a second, okay? Our patient is in a strange place, surrounded by strangers. They may not even have any family or friends at the bedside. They may be all alone in a strange place surrounded by strangers. And all those strangers are talking medicalese. Big words that we don't understand. What does that mean? Patients are also severely underdressed. They're in a patient gown. And even worse, they're laying down, which is a vulnerable position. So let me give you a scenario to get you to understand what life is like for that patient, okay? Let's say that you close your eyes. Close your eyes. And when you open your eyes in a few minutes, you are going to see a completely different landscape, a place that you have never seen before. And you are going to be surrounded by people you have never met. And those people are all going to be speaking a language that you do not recognize. And then you look down at yourself and you have been completely undressed and you are wearing a thin scrap of clothing and you are laying in a bed. Now, go ahead and open your eyes. How comfortable would you be? Not comfortable at all. Now, when you open your eyes, you take a look and there is a strange person standing over you with a sharp object in their hand. How would you react? I'm hitting first. Absolutely. My hand's going up to block. I'm hitting. I'm going to try to get out of there. I am about to freak out. This is not comfortable, right? If we don't knock on that door, that is the exact scenario your patient is going to open their eyes to. You are comfortable in that situation because you are standing up fully clothed and in your own work environment where you know everybody. Your patient is not having that same experience. They are in the middle of a Russian jail. That's how they see it. So if we don't knock on that door, it's really going to affect them psychologically. Does that make sense? They have to know that somebody is invading their space. That space has to feel somewhat secure to them. If it doesn't, you're going to get a hostile patient. And this happens all the time. I can't tell you how many healthcare workers label patients as combative or non-compliant or resistant to care. Those are all the terms we use in medicine. And I react to that by, how did you approach them? Because the way we approach our patient is going to set the tone for our communication. And if I don't approach this patient with respect, not just respect for their person, but respect for their environment and their safety and their emotional well-being, if I don't approach with respect, they are going to react just like I would. Whap. Absolutely. So that's where the knock comes in. By knocking, we're showing that we respect their environment, their safety. And if you don't knock on the state exam, it's a pretty big deficiency. It won't fail you by itself, but it's a pretty big one. So every skill starts with the opening, and every opening starts with a knock. Now, if the door is open, it's a courtesy knock, and you walk in. Door's open. If that door is closed, you better wait for a come in before you come in, because you don't know what's happening on the other side of that door. And there are some things in life you cannot unsee. Okay? Think about all the things you do behind closed doors. Think about all the things you do behind closed doors. Okay? You don't want to walk in on any of that. So knock and wait. If I don't hear anything, I'm going to knock again. If I don't hear anything, I'm going to crack that door and announce myself. Hey, Mr. Jones, it's Patty, your nurse. Can I come in? Okay. But we're not just going to barge in because it's our facility. You guys notice there's a difference in the way we approach that? Okay. All right. So every skill starts with a knock. Once we knock, oops, let's go back here. Once we knock, we're going to greet our resident by name. It has to be by name. For the test, this is why it's hard for me to learn your names, because for the test, everybody is Mr. or Mrs. Jones. Hi, Miss Jones. Hi, Miss Jones. Hi, Mr. Jones. Hi, Mr. Jones. We're all Mr. and Mrs. Jones. One name. Easy, right? So we're going to greet our patient by name. We can't just say, hey. And for the test, we're not going to look at ID bands either. ID bands are only found in a few very small amount of places. Where does healthcare happen? Where does healthcare happen? What are some places you would go to get healthcare? Hospitals, sure, absolutely. Hospitals, short-term stay, you don't live there, so they give you an ID band. But you're staying overnight, right? Or staying a while. Where else can we get healthcare, though? Nursing home. And a nursing home is where somebody lives. So how many of you guys have armbands when you go home? Anybody? You go get an armband when you go home so the people in your home know who you are? It's kind of silly, isn't it? Yeah. So if it's where a person lives, everybody there should know who they are. So we're not going to have armbands in nursing homes and assisted living facilities and long-term residential settings. But let's talk about a little shorter term. What about like walk-in clinics or doctor's offices? Do you get armbands there? No. In fact, the last time I went to the doctor, they came out to the waiting room. They called my name. I followed them in. I got on the scale, didn't like that so much. Went into the room. They got my vital signs, told me to wait for the doctor. They put my chart on a little thing on the wall. And when the doctor came in, she looked at the chart and she said, hello, Patricia. Now, by her saying, hello, Patricia, I knew she was talking to me. I'm Patricia in this room. Cool. But if she had come in and said, hi, Karen, I'm going to be very quick to say, I'm not Karen. I don't want what you've got in store for Karen because I know all the things that go on in here. So I am Patricia. I'm going to make sure that she understands who I am. Right? That's called self-identification. And all of you are able to do it because you've proven it when I pointed to you and asked, what is your name? Okay? You are able to self-identify. And you know who else is able to self-identify? Your patients. They are able to self-identify. Now, what if they weren't? Because I know some of you automatically jump to dementia. What if they can't? What if they can't talk? What if they have dementia? Well, we have this nifty little document called a care plan that would identify that as a potential problem and have in there how we need to identify our patient. So the system is already in place for us. For the test, none of that applies. We simply knock and address our patient by name. Hello, Mr. Jones. If it's not Mr. Jones, he's going to let me know. I could, hi, can you state your name for me, please? And you would say, Mr. Jones. Either way is fine, but we are definitely going to greet our resident and address them by name. Greeting is important because, we want to start off on the right foot. If I had walked in here this morning and I said, take a seat, sit down, be quiet, we're not going to start off on the right foot, are we? But when I come up and I say, good morning, it's much better. Okay? So greeting our patient and addressing them by name are important components of the opening. And we're going to do this for every single skill that we do. But now our patient needs to know what skill we're actually doing because we do a lot of skills. So what are we there to do? So am I there to do hand and nail care? Am I there to feed you a snack, change your position, take your pulse, take your respirations, do some range of motion, ambulate you, transfer you, side lying position, make an occupied bed? Am I there to help you with a bedpan, do pericare, do catheter care? What am I there to do? I've got to explain the skill a little bit. Now, we can use words right off the care plan. I can actually pull this care plan up and say, I am here to measure and record pulse. Right? I can do that. I can read it right off of there if I want to. Or I can put it in normal terms. I'm here to take your pulse. I'm here to take your vital signs. I'm here to turn you over in bed. You can address it however you want to. But the most important part is our patient understands why we're there so that they can give us consent. Patients have the right to refuse any skill at any time for any reason. We're there to help. And help isn't help if it doesn't help. So how many of you guys go to the movies? Anybody ever go to the movies? Okay. I'm going to pick on you. What's your name? Evita? Vita. Okay, so Vita. So the last time you went to the movies, okay, I want you to think back to the last time you went to the movies. You got your soda and your popcorn, right? You go sit down in the movie theater and you don't know me. You haven't started class yet. I'm a stranger. And you're getting ready for the movie. Lights come down. The trailers come on for the upcoming movies. And I come sit beside you and start untying your shoe. What are you thinking? What are you doing? This is a little weird. Leave me alone. I'll probably kick a little bit. Weird person, right? And I'm like, oh, no, it's okay. It's all right. I'm just going to take your shoe and sock off and I'm going to do foot care. Why? This is weird. I'm not happy with this. Go away, you weirdo. Right? Now, if I insist, and now I've taken your shoe and sock off, and I'm trying to pull your foot, things are about to get violent, aren't they? Okay. That soda's going right on my head. Yeah, things are about to go violent. Yeah. So we can all agree this is weird and that she has every right in the world to say no to some stranger coming along trying to undress her in the middle of a movie. I mean, that's just weird, isn't it? Okay, there's absolutely no difference in that scenario and same thing in a nursing home. The only thing that's changed is the place. That's it. Now, we agree that Vita has every right in the world to kick me if I insist on doing foot care on her and she doesn't want it. So what do you think is going to happen in a nursing home when you try to do foot care on somebody that doesn't want it? You're going to get kicked. Things are about to turn violent. You're probably going to get a soda on your head. There is no difference. No means no. It doesn't matter who the person is saying the no. No means no. So we have to get consent. That is an important part of what we do. I know some of you are off that track again and you're thinking about those dementia patients. What if they can't tell us yes? What if they don't understand? Well, we have a whole care plan for that. That's not our scenario for the test. Our scenario is a live human that's able to understand what we're doing, and we need to give them the option to say no. Now, in a clinical setting, I will tell you what I do with dementia patients is I don't give them yes and no's. No, because I know that dementia patients have limited communication, just like a 2-year-old. 2-year-old has limited communication. Limited. They only have a few words. You know what one of those words is? No. And do you know that that no carries power? Power. When a 2-year-old realizes that the word no carries power, they use it for everything. This is why all your 2-year-olds say no to everything. So you quit asking them yes and no questions. You give them limited choices. Not, do you want to take your bath now? You never ask a 2-year-old that because you know what they'll say? No, because you're giving them power. You say, would you like your bath now or after dinner? Notice that no was not one of the options. And we use that with dementia patients as well, limited choices. They still have power. They have the power of choice. But no was not one of the choices. You'll learn that if you get into dementia. Okay, good? Make sense? Okay. All right, so we're going to describe our skill and obtain permission. So our opening should sound something like this. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to get your vital signs. Is that okay? And once they say yes, and for the test, remember they have a script. They're going to say yes. They're not going to be difficult. Once I get their permission, then I'm going to close the privacy curtain. You guys can't see me. Okay. Let me turn the camera. I've got a motor that moves the camera, but it's not working right now. So I'm going to do it manually. All right. So we're going to pretend there's a body in the bed. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Fantastic. I need to get your vital signs. Is that okay? Awesome. I'm going to close the curtain. Everybody good with that so far? Okay. I always like to ask my patients, how are you? First of all, it makes me sound approachable, makes me sound like I care, even if I don't. But more importantly, if there is a problem, I want to know before I start the skill. So if they're dizzy, that's an observation that needs to be reported. I'm probably not going to do the skill. I'm going to go report instead, because remember, reporting means there's going to be another assessment and that could change my care plan, right? So I always ask my patients, how are you? I want to get a sense of what's happening with them before I do the skill. Doesn't matter when you ask, and you don't have to ask. I just think it's nice to do so. So knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? They say yes. I close the curtain. Now, let's talk about this curtain for just a second. Who touches this thing? Everybody. Sure. Patients touch it. Roommates touch it. CNAs touch it. Nurses touch it. Families that scratch their butt in the elevator and pick their nose touch it. Yeah, everybody touches this curtain. Do you think this curtain is clean? Let me explain to you just how unclean this curtain is. Patients in bed, when they cough, those secretions fly out and they hit this curtain. When they sneeze, same thing. When they scratch whatever itches, which is what you do in bed, they touch this curtain. Nurses will come in and empty the drainage bag with gloves on and then touch the curtain. What secretions do you think are on this curtain? All of them. If I put a black light on this curtain, you guys would be amazed. And this one isn't even in a clinical setting. Okay, lots of pathogens on this curtain. So if we're going to close the curtain, what do you think we would want to do after? Wash your hands. That's right. You guys understand that? Those two things should be tied in your brain forever. When you touch the curtain, what do? Wash your hands, because they are now unclean. All right. This right here. Remember I said that there are some checkpoints that are automatic fails? This right here, automatic fail. You cannot touch your patient until you've washed your hands. Period. Full stop. Now let me explain to you why. Got to go back to the patient again for a second. Patient in a strange environment, surrounded by strange people, right? But here's the problem. Okay, I'm pretty busy. I legit work about 18 hours a day, usually 7 days a week. I need a vacation. Like, I am seriously jonesing for a cruise. Don't have one in my horizon, but I really want one. I need a break. But I can't call up my local hospital and say, hey, I need a break. I'd like to reserve a room, preferably window bed, for about 3 days. What are they going to do on the phone if I try to do that? They're going to laugh at me. That's not what this is. Go book a hotel. We are not a hotel. We are a hospital. Different, right? So I can't just like check myself in. In fact, if I go to the ER's job is to send me home, not let me upstairs. You've got to prove that you are super, super sick to get in upstairs. How many of you guys have ever been to the ER? Where did they send you after you were done in the ER? Home, right? You got to be really sick to get a bed. That means that all the people in this place are super sick, really sick. Like, we take the sickest people in our community and put them all in one place, usually 2 to a room. So this place is pathogen central. Do you guys understand that? Pathogen paradise. So that's a problem for our patients, because our patients are currently fighting off whatever's making them sick. Their immune system is busy. So we put them in a place with lots of pathogens and a busy immune system. You guys see how dangerous that could be? Now, this is so serious that it's called healthcare acquired infections, HAIs. Used to be called nosocomial infections. Nobody could ever say it, so they changed it to HAIs. Healthcare acquired infections affect about 1 out of every 25 people in a healthcare setting. That means that you went in with something and we gave you a bonus something. Bonus. And chances are we're going to charge you for it too. Isn't that nice? Yeah. So this is a problem. So if you like to ride roller coasters, and I told you that in this train of roller coaster cars, you're going to take a seat in, one of you is not going to make it through. One of you is going to fall out. One of you. every time that roller coaster goes, somebody's going to fall out. Would you ride that roller coaster? Probably not. And yet this is what happens when we go to a healthcare facility. 1 out of every 25 people catches something they did not come in with. That's big. Now, it's really important that we understand our role in that because it's going to kill 1 out of every 12 of those people. Not only we're going to give you something, it's going to kill you. That's big. We got to be better than that. So that's why this rule exists. We don't touch patients until our hands are clean. You may have just cleaned your hands when you walked out of another room, but we don't know what you've touched in between. The wall in the hallway, that side rail, the nurse's station, a pen, the doorknob, a telephone, a computer system. We don't know what you've touched in between. So before you touch this patient, what are you going to do? Wash your hands. This is probably the biggest thing that you need to understand about infection control. You wash your hands at the beginning of every skill for the patient. You wash your hands at the end of every skill for you. Okay, good? Good? Okay, so everything here, we're going back, this is a checklist. Everything here in green is going to get checked off by that opening. Do you guys see that? Everything in green, right? Everything in purple is the care plan. So if you look at everything on here in green and purple, it's half the skill. We haven't even learned the skill yet, and we got half of the checkpoints down. You guys see that? You see how important that opening is? Okay, so let's add in a few more. How about some red? If we learn the closing, we're going to check off all of those red things. So, oh my gosh, there's only 5 checkpoints on this whole thing that isn't the opening, skill rules, or the closing. That's it. This is range of motion of the shoulder. Only 5 checkpoints actually refer to range of motion of the shoulder. You starting to see how these principles work? This is why our students do so well. Because you learn the principles, the skills become easy. Because we use these principles over and over and over and over and over. And this is how we're going to get our care plan set. This is how we're going to get all of those check marks without having to really stress about memorizing a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. So if you look at this, greeting the resident, addressing by name, and introducing self, that's the opening. Providing explanations to resident about care, that's the opening, right? So 1 and 2 are taken care of with the opening. Here, you can see this is ambulate with a gait belt. You can see everything circled is going to be taken care of by that opening. That's crazy. It's crazy. So the opening is super, super important. So this is what we're going to learn along the way. We're going to learn skill rules this morning, the opening just now. We're going to get into glove rules on Wednesday. I've got a whole lecture on glove rules. I'm going to have you unlearn everything you think you know about gloves. This takes me about an hour to go through. It'd be way easier just to tell you, wear gloves for everything, but that's not the right answer. We're going to learn barrier rules, privacy blanket, linen rules, scoot and roll, washing rules, basin cleaning, shoe rules, and skill-specific steps. But everything is going to end with the closing, which is what we're going to learn in just a minute. So skill rules apply to every skill. The opening applies to every skill. Glove rules is going to apply to every skill, and the closing is going to apply to every skill. And that is going to take care of half of every single checklist we have. Half of every checklist just in those 4 principles, which is why we concentrate on these heavy at the beginning. This is called the Big 4, and they're super important. Now on page 27, you have all of these principles. Remember, we're not trying to memorize. I'd rather learn. Okay? Learning works way better. Is it on page 27? Is that right? Okay. So page 27 has all of them, but we're going to go through them all in detail, just like we did with skill rules, just like we did with the opening. We're going to go through everything in detail as we go through the program, and we're going to review it over and over and over at the beginning of every class. So I'm going to make sure that you know it. Everything that we learn in here is going to be centered around resident rights. Resident rights is actually a Bill of Rights that residents have. You can see it up there. It's the one banner that's away from all the others. But every resident has a right to be treated with dignity and respect. They have the right to freely communicate. They have the right to use their own possessions. They have a right to join social and religious activities. And they have a right to complain without retaliation. That's a big one. Patients are dependent on us. If they complain, they may be afraid there's a consequence. They're dependent. We've got to be careful there. They have a right to refuse treatment. They have a right to privacy. They have a right to be informed and make decisions. They have a right to manage their own finances. And most importantly, they have a right to be free from abuse and restraints. So all of that's going to be built into what we learn along the way. Now we're getting into principles. I'm not a salesman, guys. I hate selling stuff. I really do. But I do have stuff available to help you. And people get mad at me if I don't tell them about it. So we have flashcards. This page that I gave you in the very beginning, this page tells you about some of the resources that we have, including the flashcards. They're available on my website for purchase. But for you guys, my classroom people, if you get these while you're enrolled, up through graduation day, I give you a break on the price. They're only $14.99. It has all of the principles, all of the supplies, and all of the steps for every skill. And this is what they look like. So you just, if you want them, you can just see me for them. They're heavy cardstock. But after graduation, they go up. Okay. I told you we've already been through this. So let's talk about mistakes. So what if I make a mistake? You're probably going to make mistakes during the test. You're not expected to be perfect. You're not. This isn't a mastery. You're not showing, hey, I am the best CNA in the world. It's not a contest. It's just showing that you know enough not to kill your patients when you get out there. That's really what the test is about. Can you do these skills without killing patients? If you can, congratulations, you're CNA. If you're doing something that makes me doubt your ability to perform this stuff safely, you're going to try again. That's all the test is. That's it. I just don't want you killing my patients. It really boils down to that. If you don't know about the care plan, you're going to be killing patients because you're going to be doing stuff that you come up with in your own brain, right? If you don't know safety, you're going to be killing patients. So we have to learn these things to make us good CNAs, but we're not going to get it all right on the test, and that's okay. But if you realize that you've made a mistake, you can make a correction. So let's say that I am doing range of motion, and it tells me to do the patient's left arm, and I accidentally do the right arm. Remember I said don't think that evaluator didn't see it. They did, right? Because it's their job. Oh, yeah, let me tell you a secret about evaluators. They don't want to be there. They don't. They are nearing retirement. They've got a ton of experience. They're just not quite at the age that they can retire yet. So they're like stuck watching people wash their hands. Do you know how boring of a job that is? You watch people wash their hands. Those evaluators want to be at home in their pools, drinking their Mai Tais. They do not want to be doing this. But yet, here we are. Okay? You don't want them to sit up and take notice. Well, what is she doing? What is she? What is that? Because that tells you you are off on the wrong track. Something went wrong. Okay? You want them to be bored. You want them to be dreaming about their swimming pool and their Mai Tais, not concentrating on you. All right? So during the exam, if they see something that you did incorrectly and there's a deficiency there, you have an opportunity to correct it. You can say, correction, I did this on the wrong arm. I'm going to go to the other side and do it on the correct arm. Who should you be telling that to?
Patient.
The patient. That's right. So you're going to announce your corrections to the patient. The evaluators will keep up. They're pretty smart cookies. Okay, good. But you can make corrections. You can make corrections at the end of the skill too. So at the end of the skill, when you're all done with your skill, you have to announce my skill is done, or my task is complete, or I'm finished, however you want to say it, doesn't matter. But you've got to announce that that skill is done before you move on into the next skill, because when you say that, it's just like hitting a red buzzer on a game show. You're locking it in. You can't go in and make any corrections once you said, I'm done. So I want you to stop and think about your skill for a second. I want you to go back and read that care plan one more time and make sure that everything on the care plan was done. Then you can make corrections if you need to and tell the evaluator your skill is done. Okay? But you can make corrections at any time. I have a whole lesson on this, page 33, and of course there is an animated lesson on it you can watch. But the best time to make a correction is when you realize you made a mistake. Don't wait until the end. Make your correction when you know that you've made a mistake. So at the end of the skill, you will say, my skill is done, or my task is complete, or whatever. But after you say that, you cannot make corrections. You can't get 3 minutes later and go, oh my gosh, yeah. Oh, I should have. They're not going to accept it. So don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. So it's always a good idea to reread that care plan before you end your skill. Most of the time, you're going to perform the steps. Like I couldn't say, oh, correction, I would have, I don't know, rinsed the foot for foot care. I forgot to rinse. You can't just say it. They're going to need to see that. But there are some things that you're able to correct verbally. They'll tell you if they need to see something. But let's say that I forgot to close the privacy curtain at the beginning of a skill. Just totally forgot. And here it is at the end of the skill. And I got to open it, but it's already open. And I realize, uh-oh, I forgot to close privacy curtain. This patient had no privacy, which is a violation of their patient rights. Remember we just read that? Right? So I could say, correction, I would have closed the privacy curtain before the skill. I'm opening it now. They're not going to make you redo the whole skill just because you forgot to close the privacy curtain. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So let's see how we're going to get through this program. This is your syllabus. This is your syllabus. At the top of the syllabus, you'll see my name, my email. You'll also see the website, which doesn't show on here, but right here, you'll see the website, flcnatraining.com, which is where you can view the live streams if you're unable to make it to class. We have a couple of people that right now are in your class, but they're doing the live stream for the first class. Then you'll see 4 columns on the page, and you'll see lots of rows. So each one of the columns is what we're going to do in class. So today we've been over skill rules. We've learned the opening. We still have some to go and we're running low on time. The second column are lectures that I give in class. So we did talk about the CNA exam, and we did talk about delegation and liability, patient consideration, testing care plans, and we talked about the principles on the back wall that we're going to learn. Third column is homework, the dreaded homework. Nobody likes this. I get it. I understand. I do. You need to budget about 2 hours of homework time for every class that you attend. Now, that doesn't mean you've got to sit down for 2 solid hours and devote your entire life to the book. In fact, that's not a good way to study. You should only be studying in 10 to 15-minute increments. If you try to cram it all in one short period of time, it's like eating Thanksgiving dinner and then going to Christmas dinner. You're too full. You can't absorb. You can't digest. So if you read for 10 or 15 minutes and then go do something else, wash the dishes, walk the dog, take the kids outside, something mindless, your brain is able to digest what you just read, and then you can come back to it and feed it some more. But don't try to over cram because you'll never get it. So you're going to read chapter 1 in your yellow book. This is only 20 pages. It doesn't sound long. The writing is big. The words are small. There's lots of pictures. It's written at a 6th grade level, but it is boring. It's a textbook. Boring. So take frequent breaks. You're also going to take a test in the white book on page 181. So that spiral book, if you turn to page 181, you'll see the test that is going to be based on the reading in the yellow book. Right, that's going to be your homework. Now, if you look at the very last page in the book, you'll see the answer key. The answer key. Go back one, yeah. I think it's on page 200. 201. That's your answer key. So you'll do your reading, you'll take your test, and then you'll grade it. When you come into class on Wednesday, I'm going to go write down my little list here. I'm going to read your name, and I'm going to say, Rochelle, how did you do on chapter 1? Nevaeh, how did you do on chapter 1? And you're going to tell me either your grade or how many you missed, and I can do the conversion for you. Okay? Now, the last column there is additional activities. Most of the time we get to that in class. Sometimes we don't. You want to pay attention to this because if it's not something that we got to in class, you're going to want to do that on your own. So here we did talk about the 5 key phrases. We did the care plan activity. We talked about corrections. And we talked about skills grading. Warm, dark, and moist we haven't gotten to yet. We'll get to that in just a minute. So much to do. Okay, so to recap, we're going to read chapter 1 in the yellow book. We're going to do the test on page 181 in the spiral book, and we're going to grade it using page 201. Grading scale is at the bottom. So how to use the study guide. I'm going to go through this very quickly. You'll get the hang of it as we go through the program, but I'm just going to do a real quick review because we got a lot to do, and I'm low on time. So each principle or each skill that we're going to learn has a page like this. Tells you what principles apply to that skill, and I've spelled them out here. Tells you some skill-specific steps. Tells you what page to find it in the book. There is a video. Down here is test-specific information. And this is kind of a Cliff Notes short version of the skill steps. So we're going to go through this one slide at a time. Sorry. So your principles, the principles spelled out, the Cliff Notes version, skill-specific steps, the video, and test-specific information. Let's look at that test-specific information a little bit closer. So at the very beginning, you'll see how much time somebody with your level of experience should take right here. So this skill, measure, record, pulse, somebody with your level of experience should be able to do that within 5 minutes or less. Easy. We're only counting for 1 minute. We're going to put an opening in front of it. Takes like 10 seconds. Closing behind it. Takes like 20 seconds. So plenty of time. The second little area there will tell you whether this is going to be done on a live person or a mannequin. The third area tells you whether that person will be in a chair or in a bed. And the fourth area will tell you whether charting is required. If charting is required, it'll tell you a few extra things like what the normal values are, how far off you can be for testing, that type of thing. So that bottom bar always has test-specific information. This page is going to tell you how to do the skill. Remember, I took that checklist, filtered it through an RN brain, wrote step-by-step instructions. That's what you find here. Every lesson in this book has some comprehension questions. It is a workbook. If you can answer these questions after I teach you, you've got the concepts down. Documentation skills, remember there's 4 of them. And if you get a documentation skill, I'll actually show you the documentation sheet on the skills page. So this is the documentation sheet the state uses for documentation. So it'll actually be here. It's also in your book. We'll get to that a little later in the program. I got full-size ones for you guys to practice with. At the top of the page, you'll see the care plan. What do we know about the care plan? Yeah, follow it. These are the care plans from the state exam. Below that, or at the bottom of the page, you'll see your supply list. You do need to learn supplies. That's where those flashcards come in, because flashcards have the supplies on them. You do need to learn supplies. I'm not going to ask you, what's your name? Chris. I'm not going to say, hey, Chris, go give a partial bed bath on room 214, and you're going to need to take with you a basin, soap, lotion, 4 washcloths, 2 towels, a privacy blanket, a clean gown. I'm not going to do that. You need to know. I'm just going to say, hey, go give a partial bed bath, room 214. You need to know what you need, so you've got to learn your supplies. Okay? That's where this flashlight. You don't have to buy mine. Make your own. Get some index cards. Make your own. You'll learn better by writing. If you want them pre-done, convenience, you're going to pay for it. Okay? All right. Step-by-step instructions are taken straight from that testing checklist. I'm going to make sure that every single checkpoint is accounted for. If you follow my step-by-step instructions, you will absolutely pass the state exam, but you'll probably get a perfect score. It's funny because the evaluators know me. I've been doing this a long time, and I'm a big player in prometric testing. I know it's a small room. I know we're in Small Spring Hill, but we're big everywhere else. When you go into tests, those evaluators will know that you came from me just by the way you do what you do. And that is a good thing. Okay? Because I'm not just training you to pass a test. I'm training you to do things right so that the patients out there get good care. Okay? All right. So you're going to get an invitation to the course. It's courses.foryourcna.com. You can also flcnatraining.com redirects you back to the course. So you can get there using either one of those domains. That course, we're going to get into a little bit more as we go, but it's going to really help you practice what you're learning. There's supply gathering activities where for the skill, you have to pick the right supplies. And if you don't, it'll tell you. There's sequencing activities. There's a lot of really good information in this course. It took me 2 years to build this course. And I do everything myself in-house. I don't contract anything out. I create all the videos here. I do all the video production. I do all the video editing. I do all the on-screen, everything on screen. I do all the animated lessons. I do all of the artwork. I draw everything myself. Everything is done in here by me. And that way I can make sure that you're getting the right information all the time and it all goes together, which is why I work 18-hour days. All right, so page 30. We've already been through this, but let's quickly recap our opening. Page 30 goes over the opening. Page 31 goes over the steps. So remember, we're going to knock. We're going to address our resident by name. We're going to greet them. We're going to tell them who we are and what we are. Don't just walk in and say, hey, I'm Patty. So, are you Patty, the person that brings the cookies? I like that, Patty. Are you Patty, the person that brings the needle? Not so much. Right? They need to know your title. What role are you about to play in their life? So, I'm Patty, your CNA today. Of course, put your name in. Don't use Patty. All right. So, in the online course, I have this. This is that animated lesson that I was talking to you about, right? It's actually a lesson in the online course. You can watch the little animated lesson, but then you're going to see a sequencing activity like this. And we're going to do this together in class right now. So you're going to see a sequencing activity like this. There's 8 steps here, and it wants us to put them in the right order. So let's see if we can do that. What would come first? What do we do at the beginning of every skill? Care plan. Yeah, so we get so involved in the opening that we got to take a step back. So we want to read that care plan. Very good. Very good. Good job. So, oh, yeah, okay. So care plan is first. Now what do we want to do? Knock. Now what do we want to do? I know it's hard to see from back there. Yeah, we need to know who we're working on first. So let's identify our patient first. Now we can, yeah, I always want to sing that song. Say my name, say my name. I can't sing. Okay. Now what do we want to do? Explain. Okay.
Close the curtain, wash hands, and get supplies.
Okay. So why can't we do our supplies now? Hands are not washed. Yeah. So we want to close that curtain. Curtain always goes with washing hands. And then now that we have clean hands, we're going to get our clean supplies. Good job. All right. Questions? So you have sequencing activities like this for every single skill that we do. Every skill in the online program. So let's talk about the closing. Now the closing is a bit longer. Opening takes 10 seconds. Closing takes about 20. There's a lot of steps to it. But you'll find it on page 34. It's going to be at the end of every skill. Again, I have a video on it. Page 35 has the steps to the closing. And the best way to remember this is there's 8 C's to the closing. Closing starts with C, and there's lots of C's in the closing. So it's the high C's, which goes right along with my cruising idea, right? All right. So here are the 8 C's. We need to make sure our patient is in a clean and safe environment. People rest better in a clean environment. Anxiety occurs when there's chaos. So we want to make sure that everything is nice and clean. I always say, leave your patient looking better than you found them. So I'll straighten the sheets, make sure the overbed table's nice and clean, take away any lunch trays that might be left over, empty the trash if it needs to be emptied, clean environment. But the patient also needs to be safe. Now, safe means the bed height is in the lowest position. We'll get into that a little bit more in a future lesson. But remember, the bed height has to be in the low position. Head of the bed is up to the patient. They might want to sit up to watch TV or lay down and take a nap. That's up to them. That's comfort. But the bed height needs to be low. Good. We also want to ask about comfort. And the test actually needs to hear that word. Are you comfortable? But comfort is more than just physical comfort. Comfort is also emotional comfort. Do you guys, like, when you have nothing to do, do you just sit and stare at a blank wall? What do you pull out? Phone. Yeah, absolutely. You have instant entertainment at the tips of your fingers 24/7. And man, we like to use it, don't we? Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff to look at on your phone. It's entertainment, and you wouldn't be caught without it. In fact, that's the hardest part of testing, is to be without your phone, because you're sitting there for hours with nothing to do. It's hard. So you rely on your phone for emotional comfort, entertainment. Well, your patients also need emotional comfort and entertainment, and they may not have a phone available. So they may need their TV on. They may need a magazine. They may need you to get them their crossword puzzle book from the dresser over there. But we need to address comfort, not just physical, but emotional. So for the test, we're actually going to offer a magazine. That's just how we're going to show that we understand that that concept is important. Would you like a magazine? So are you comfortable, and would you like a magazine? Okay. If they want the head of the bed adjusted, that's part of comfort too. You don't have to specifically ask, but you can if you want to. You're going to open the privacy curtain because at the end of every skill, it needs to be open. Curtains should never be closed all the time. Closing isolates. Isolation leads to depression. People have a need to see other humans. You just do. We're social creatures. If that curtain is closed all the time, it isolates. Isolation leads to depression. If the patient wants a curtain closed all the time, that's an observation. What do we do with observations? Tell the nurse. Absolutely. We don't make decisions, do we? Nope. Absolutely. So we want to open the curtain. We want to give the patient a call light. They have to have a way of getting in touch with us once we leave, so they need the call light. I usually tell them how to use it as well, because remember, they're distracted, they're self-absorbed, they're medicated, they're grumpy, they're sick, they're grouchy, all of those things we talked about earlier. So when I hand them the call light, I usually tell them you can hit the red button if you need me. Okay? But you at least need to give them the call light. Now, once you've done all of that, there's a lot of steps there, all of that. Now we want to wash our patient's cooties off of our hands. Remember I said the first hand washing is for the patient? You need clean hands to touch that patient. Second hand washing is for you. You don't want that patient's cooties. You got enough of your own. Trust me, you do. You don't need theirs too. So we're going to wash our hands at the end of the skill to remove the patient's cooties that we encountered. Okay, good. Now, your closing should sound something like this. We're not quite done yet, but let me get through this. Closing should sound something like this. Thank you very. I always thank my patients. They're the reason I have a job. They're the reason I get a paycheck. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can help you with? I'll explain that in a minute. Are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Here's your call light. Hit the red button if you need me. Environment is clean. I'm going to open the curtain and go clean my hands. Okay. Now, once I have clean hands, if I have to document, remember everybody gets a documentation skill. If I have to document, I have to touch a pen. Do I want to touch this pen with cootie hands, knowing it's going in my pocket and home with me at the end of the day? No. So what kind of hands do I need to touch this pen? Clean hands. So at the end of the skill, we're going to wash our hands and document if we need to. But after we've touched the pen and documented, we have to wash our hands again, because the standard is ends skill with clean hands. So remember with the opening, we couldn't touch our patient until we had clean hands. Well, at the end of the skill, we can't end the skill until we have clean hands. Good? Questions? Okay, so the order of the last two are important. The rest of them, the order does not matter. So clean and safe, comfort, curtain, call light. Make sure they're covered. That's another one. Remember, they're not dressed for company, so they need to be covered. Don't leave those knobby knees out there in the open. And then clean your hands. Then charting if necessary and clean your hands again. So that is our closing. So again, it should sound something like this. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Here's your call light. If you need anything, press the red button. I'm going to open the curtain. Your environment is clean. going to go wash my hands, document if necessary, wash my hands again. So again, this is like a 20-second thing, not a quick 2-second. That is going to take up about a quarter of every single one of your checklists. About a quarter. So half of our checklists come from our skill rules and opening. A quarter of it comes from the closing. So what do we have to learn for skills? This much. Okay. Makes learning the skills really easy. Good. So let me give you a little piece of, I'm going to keep you like 4 minutes over. I'm sorry. Let me give you a little piece of advice. When you are working with patients, always stop and ask, is there something else I can get for you while I'm here? It will save you a ton of time on the back end because your patients have nothing to concentrate on other than whatever their needs are at that moment. So if they're laying in bed and they're thirsty, that's going to be top of their mind. Now they see you running around like a chicken with your head cut off. They don't want to bother you while you're there. They're going to wait. But while they're waiting, now they're focused on thirst and they get thirstier. What happens when you focus on something, right? Becomes really, really important to you. So eventually they're going to hit that call light and say, hey, can you get me a drink? I'm sorry to bother you. Sure. But that means you had to interrupt what you were doing to come answer that call light. You get them a drink. After the drink, now they're cold because that drink was ice. And they get really cold and they start to shiver and they're aware of it and they're focusing on it. So what are they going to do? Hit that call light and ask you for a blanket. And that interrupted your skill with somebody else. So you come give them a blanket. But they had something to drink. And in about 20 minutes, they're going to hit the call light and ask to go to the bathroom. And by now you're really annoyed with them because they keep hitting that call light and you want to take it away from them. It's not their fault. Whose fault is it? Yours, because you didn't ask. Is there something else I can get for you while I'm here? You've got to anticipate their needs. That's how we work on time management. Make sense? Good. So I always ask, is there something? Because if I'm asking, they're much more likely to say, yeah, I need a cup of water while you're here. If I don't ask, they won't either. And that'll interrupt me later, which will really aggravate me. So here are our 8 C's of the closing. This is also in your book. So again, this is from the online course. I've got a video on this, an animated lesson, and then I have a hot spot. So you have to click all the areas that need to be addressed during the closing. Okay, so learning the principles, we're going to get through this really quickly. So this is on hand washing. So if you go to page 44, these are all of our steps for hand washing. We're going to wet our hands before we apply soap. That way the soap distributes well. We're going to rub all surfaces, front, back, between fingers, wrists, cuticles, nails. We're going to rub all those areas for at least 20 seconds. And yes, they are using a clock to time you. The clock is going to be right above the sink, just like it is there. If you aren't using the clock, you guys are gauging time in 2 totally different ways. You need to use the clock. It needs to be at least 20 seconds, no less. More is fine, but no less. Don't stand over there and wash your hands for 3 minutes. Where do those evaluators want to be? Home, in their pools, drinking their Mai Tais. They do not want to be watching you do a 3-minute surgical scrub when there's no way in a million years out there in clinical life you're going to be doing 3-minute surgical scrubs before you take care of every patient. It's just, they'll get annoyed, and you do not want your evaluator annoyed. Okay. After we've rubbed for at least 20 seconds, we're going to rinse our hands and wrists, being careful not to touch anything, not the faucet, not the sink. Remember, our hands are clean. After we rinse, we're going to dry. Leave your water running. You cannot touch that faucet. That faucet is dirty. You touched it with your dirty hands to turn it on. Don't touch the faucet. Leave it running. We're going to dry our hands. After we dry our hands, and only dry what's clean. Don't dry up here. You didn't wash up here. Dry what's clean. After you dry, you're going to throw those paper towels away, and you're going to get a clean, dry paper towel to turn that faucet off. My water conservationists are going to hate this, but infection control counts more. Remember, these are pathogens that want to kill our patients. Okay? We'll recycle the water. It's not a big deal. All right. So I've got step-by-step instructions here for you on page 45, and I'm going to show you this skill. But before I show you the skill, I want to talk to you about warm, dark, moist. This is an environment that we want to look out for at all times. Warm, dark, moist. If an environment is warm, it's dark, and it's moist, there's pathogens, guaranteed. Guaranteed. So bathrooms are usually warm. We keep it warmer because we don't like to be chilled when we get out of the shower. Bathrooms are usually dark. You've been trained, turn the light off. And bathrooms have pathogens. We take them there every day and drop them off. So when we wash our hands and we rinse our hands, we don't want to do this with our hands because that flings water everywhere. We've already got warm and we've got dark. You add moisture in an environment that already has pathogens. Now you're taking those pathogens all over your workplace, on the bottom of your shoes. You're putting them in your car. You're taking them home with you. You want to tap your hands, keep that water safely confined in the sink. That is a controlled environment. Don't flick. Good? Make sense? All right. Yeah, we already went through that. Okay, areas that are frequently missed. The thumb, especially this area of the thumb. Pay attention to that. Frequently missed. You can turn the faucet on because it's the dirtiest thing in the bathroom. Wet your hands. Get some soap. Get a lot of soap. Bubbles count. They are grading you on bubbles. Literally, that is a checkpoint. Literally, they are grading you on bubbles. So get a lot of soap. Scrub it up, at least 20 seconds. We're going to clean our nails after we scrub. Cover all bases. Circle your wrists, the back of your hands, the palm of your hands, between your fingers, your thumb and the webbing between thumb and index, and the bottom of your hand by your pinky. And then we're going to rinse. This has to take at least 20 seconds, guys. Don't rely on songs. Don't do happy birthday, ABCs, or twinkle, twinkle. It's not an effective gauge of time when you're nervous. Do you think you might be nervous for the test? Hopefully not. Hopefully I've done my job. Absolutely. So then you'll do your nails, clean your nails on the palm of your hand, rinse and, oops, nope, we're not on break. Sorry, rinse and tap. After tapping, dry, throw those away, and then turn the faucet off with a clean, dry paper towel. Don't use those wet paper towels. Wet paper towels rip. What's the dirtiest thing in the bathroom? The faucet. You're recontaminating your hands. Okay. So let me show you this video. It takes less than 2 minutes, and then I'll give you your review sheets. No, that's not it. Where is it? I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. There it is.
When you approach the sink, you can touch the faucet with your unclean hands because the faucet is considered the dirtiest object in the bathroom. Adjust the water temperature for comfort and wet your hands. Apply soap and rub all surfaces of your hands vigorously, focusing on the front and back of your hands and in between all fingers. Circle the top of your wrists as well. Friction is the key to removing all pathogens from the surface of your skin. Friction should be applied for at least 20 seconds to be effective. After washing with friction, the nails must be cleaned. Run one thumb down the length of each nail, starting at the cuticle and moving toward the end of the nail. Repeat with all fingers of both hands. Then clean under your nails by scrubbing the underside of your nails along your palm to remove debris. Carefully rinse your hands under the stream of water with your fingertips pointing downwards, taking care not to touch the inside of the sink or the faucet. Tap your fingers together to ensure that all water droplets remain in the sink. Take paper towels from the paper towel dispenser and dry all surfaces of your hands, the front, back, between your fingers, and your wrists, taking care not to allow the paper towels to touch the unwashed areas of your lower arms. Throw these paper towels directly into the trash bin. Finally, take a clean, dry paper towel to turn the faucet off, because wet paper towels may rip and recontaminate your hands.
Okay. We will have time to practice hand washing a little bit later. For the first skill, you will wash your hands at the beginning and the end of the first skill. Physically go to the sink, wash your hands. After that, you can simulate hand washing. Simulate just means say, I would wash my hands here. Where those evaluators want to be? At home. They don't want to watch you wash your hands 6 times. They just don't want to. So they're going to let you simulate. Okay, so real quick, real quick. This is in the online course. You've got the actual checklist for the skill. You've got that video that we just saw. You've got step-by-step sequencing, so you can go through that. We're going to turn our water on. We're going to wet our hands, apply soap, lather all surfaces, rub for at least 20 seconds, rinse, dry, throw the paper towel away, or turn the faucet, throw the paper towel away, turn the faucet off, throw that paper towel away. This talks to you about simulations. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And indirect care is graded on the state exam, and it's going to encompass these things: eye contact, tone of voice, rate of speech, facial expression, body language, explanations, posture, and attitude. So we want to be aware of all of those things as we're doing these skills. Be professional. Okay? Remember, you've got homework. You're going to read chapter 1 in the yellow book, take the test on page 181 of the white book, and grade it. We do have CPR coming up this Saturday. This is your review sheet. At the end of every class, I give out a review sheet. You can see it online as well, flcnatraining.com. This is for you. You're going to write on it. If you keep all these review sheets at the end of every class and you do them as we go, you will have a review packet for the test. Okay? So 1, 2. So if you can take one and pass it out. You're welcome. Okay, Josie Joe says, please, during the test, after washing the basin, can we put in the sink and use tissue to hold it? And also hand washing, would we do it when starting a skill? Okay, so Josie, I'll talk about basin cleaning a little later in the program, but yes, that is the correct thing. With hand washing, you're going to wash your hands at the beginning of every skill before you touch the patient. And at the end of this, every skill, during the closing, it's the last thing we do. All right, so upcoming class, CPR this Saturday at 9 a.m. in this room. It's $45. I will have another one on the final Monday of class. While you're enrolled, they're $45. After graduation, they go up to $55. Save yourself $10. You don't need it for the class. You don't need it for the test. You do need it to work, though. And you might as well save yourself $10.
Does it matter where we have our CPR certification? Because I already have one.
That's fine.
Sure. Okay.
That's fine. Yep. Doesn't matter where you have it. Okay? Just make sure it's American Heart, because if you're going to go to work at a hospital, it needs to be American Heart. All right. Any questions on any of that? Nope. There's your review sheet. Make sure you fill it out. I don't collect them. They're just for you, not me. Okay? That's just your review packet. We're also on social media.
All right, guys. See you later.
See you Wednesday.
Thank you. If anybody is lost, if I went too fast, if you're unhappy with the class, if you have any feedback, just stay after and talk to me. I'm here to help you make this the best class for you.